Now, I think that Damwon are the complete package, and Suning need to be in perfect form if they want to make this work. I think the Cinderella story will continue, and the clock hasn't struck midnight just yet for them.
Well, luckily for us, the clock is about to strike 0 for the opening ceremony and getting into picks and bans. A Cinderella story on one side, but I would argue also on the other side. Both Suning and Damwon looking to take that glory home to their region. A year-long journey has led Damwon and Suning all the way to the World Final in Shanghai. So let's head over to the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard.
中国也许不是电竞的发源地，但有人说这里已是电竞的家园。在这里，诞生过许多传奇。在这里，这项运动持续进化，年复一年的成长，催生出一种新的风尚。10年的巅峰之战。 就在此地凝聚。2020全球总决赛，我们为之所向无前。
手中的利刃，我的名字你了解，大海里开始生浪回响，上顶峰势不可挡，开始就不会停下，看我肆意破坏遨游战场，无谓的话语在耳边，别退后浪费时间，完美倒映你的眼，也心扉的血液，听我内心深处困兽咆哮，锁定你视线 right now， 渴望的火焰正在温热燃烧。 I'm on a whole other level. I bet you wanna come and play with me. 掌控一切，讨厌喧闹。你是否可以和我们配合 ？So tough， 动动这次释放。Can you feel it rush now？
Stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my hotbed? 이건 문 열지 마, that's a rock day. Don't give any more 'cause I'm better than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking, babe. 부르마 뭐 message monopoly. 넌종이도 네 number money 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. 더 미션 눈을 못 떼, 못 뜨고 내 너도 그래 'cause I got it different.
All I ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep. You look like you can use some more. No, I got it, never running low. 所以你拒绝每个瞬间无比的耀眼。I know you want some more， 准备好就一起走，一比你的。Now I gotta talk deeper. You look like you could use some more. Now I got it, never run low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up in a way. You know I got it, let it come, say your mind. Never get a lesson, it's how it'll stay. You know I got it, let it all day, all the time. Legends never die. When the world is coming, I'm screaming out your name. Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you leave, I'm reaching greatness. Legends never die. Legends never die. When the world's calling, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you leave, I'm reaching greatness. Legends never die. Is it time you would wait and watch from far away? But you always know that you'll be the one that will buy their own pain. And you dare awaken and scream of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream.
so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come on, get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe I wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoiler, but hey, we're taking over. We're taking over. Look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe I wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. 在以后，除了说烧着，还有其他吗？要左右，这个比他的时间不高着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕再起也不想以后。就在这时，反复的打斗。Get the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm bored, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them. We're taking over. We're taking over. Maybe I wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
你好，上海现场以及全世界正在收看的观众朋友们，大家好！欢迎来到2020英雄联盟全球总决赛的决赛现场。10年来，全世界的顶级强队都在争夺召唤师奖杯的荣耀。今天，随着第10届世界冠军的诞生，新的历史将被载入史册。接下来，让我们有请登上决赛舞台的2支战队。首先欢迎第1支队伍，他们希望将召唤师奖杯再次带回韩国。LCK 曾5次夺冠，但过去几年都与冠军失之交臂。对于他们而言，这是 LCK 夺回第1赛区交椅的绝佳机会。让我们欢迎来自 LCK 赛区的1号种子 Dongwon Gaming， 上路 Nogri， 打野 Canyon， 中路 Showmaker， 下路 Ghost， 辅助 Barrel， 以及他们的替补 Huit 和 Nuclear。还有他们的教练 Zephyr。第二支战队来自中国，对他们而言，这可能是获得国际认可的大好机会。身为 LPL 的3号种子，苏宁是一匹不可思议的黑马。他们先后击败了2号和1号种子，最终代表 LPL 挺进决赛。如果他们获胜，这不仅会是 LPL 队伍的3连冠，更是 LPL 队伍首次在自己的主场捧起召唤师杯。让我们有请苏宁上路，冰。打野 Soften， 中路 Angel， 下路幻风，辅助 Sword Art。以及他们的替补 OWO 和 View， 还有他们的教练叉烧。召唤师们，让我们再一次用最热烈的掌声和欢呼声，欢迎决赛的2支队伍 Dawn Gaming 和苏宁。
从我开始打职业这一刻也过了7年，然后这一次总算是我有机会可以来挑战世界冠军。只要我把最后一步走完的话，我就能在英雄联盟历史上被大家记住了。
哎，我们先看下面这边，又再次遇到这个漂亮，这怎么可能走呢？索尔特又从后方来了一个海克斯闪接天顶之刃。
我觉得我们队伍的5个人都是在不被大家看好的地方走到这里的，但是我想通过这一次的夺冠，让大家来认识我们。
Suning have done the impossible, the most impressive run of Worlds so far. You beat everyone else. You've got 1 test left.
저희 LCK가 이제 월드에서 우승을 못한 지 이제 2년 됐고, 저희가 이제 앞에 쭉 이제 연승으로 이제 월드에서 우승하다 보니까 팬분들의 이제 실망도 크고 되게 이번 년에 대한 기대도 되게 많이 크신 것 같더라고요. 그 마음을 저희도 되게 잘 알고 저희도 되게 우승하고 싶은 마음이 간절하게 되는 것 같아요.
Big arrow.
Oh, that was the biggest rain arrow we've seen all tournament. My God, Ghost! 18 minutes into the game, Dawn Gaming are obliterating G2.
They are destroying them.
They sweep aside the LEC, and for the first time in 3 years, the LCK will advance to the World Final.
삼성 갤럭시랑 이제 SKT가 롤드컵 결승전 하는데 딱 3대 0으로 끝나고 그 페이커 선수가 그 의자에 앉아서 우는 모습을 봤는데 그때 좀 엄청 인상 깊었던 것 같고 꼭 내가 나중에 프로가 되면 진짜 다 이겨야겠다 그런 생각을 하게 된 것 같아요. 그 장면을 보고. 진짜 이 기회가 뭐 항상 이번이 마지막이라고 임하면서 해야 될 것 같고 LCK가 그렇게 최고의 위치에 올라선 이유가 좀 페이커 선수의 그 공이 크다고 생각하고 저희가 꼭 이번 대회 이겨가지고 LCK 위상을 다시 되찾아야 된다고 생각하고 있고.
It's just so crazy after seeing Daman play. They just look scarier and scarier, and I didn't think that was possible. I feel like Suning really need to deliver something beautiful.
Can he keep the teammates alive? Angel's in. Does not find the kill. 2 for 0 TEF. 2 for 1, I should say. They will spit Dagger back down, but Angel finds R2 Flash. The Angel of Death has come to Summoner's Rift. Canyon's still dashing in. He wants a little bit more. Going into the Brooks. Look at that damage. Damwon Gaming sweeping G2 off the map. Canyon taking names left and right. River Shen cannot be trifled with. Flash the shield, flash the stun of the turret, and that's going to be a kill picked up. It might be Bin going down. No! Are you kidding me? Style of me on full display here. 베리도 왔거든요. 베리 떼어내니까 햄스 잡고 타고도 없거든요. 킬입니다. 셧다운.
真正能在整个英雄联盟上面留名的，也就只有那5个人，因为没有人会记得亚军是谁，所以这次机会我跟我队友都不想放过。
Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, I am Quickshot. This is Vedias, and welcome to the World Championship Final Shoutcaster Desk. 10 years of competitive League of Legends, the 10th World Championship Final. And after all the history, after all the hype, after the opening ceremony, we are moments away from picks and bans.
We certainly are, Trevor. I'm really excited because we have two fantastic teams, two amazing stories, and I think that we're in for a banger of a series.
I really, really, really want more than 3 games. The finals historically have been fairly one-sided. So I'm looking at you, Suning. I'm looking at what you can do. And why is it important? Because they have side selection. They won the coin toss. They picked red side. And coming into the final, we've been prepping, we've been researching, and we've been looking at the ways in which red side can benefit them. So what are you anticipating from the draft in game 1?
Wow, we've seen a lot of trends from Suning specifically. When they are playing on the red side, they have this tendency to ban away the Ornn, ban away the Lucian. Lucian is something that they have not played so far in this World Championship, and given that they are on red and it is one of the strongest blind pickable champions in the current meta, you would imagine that they do not want to give that over to Damwon. You imagine that they also have to take away Canyon's Nidalee, because it is something that has not really been given to him so far in this tournament, and when it has, he has been very devastating on it.
Do you remember when it was given to him? Let me inform you. It was the very first game they played at Worlds. It was a win. It has since been banned 11 times, played once, and of their 13th game, it was picked by their opponents in game 2 of the quarterfinals.
However, the only champion that has been banned more than that is in fact Bin's Camille. This champion is so threatening to so many of Suning's foes that the only team that did not ban it away from them was G2, and then the one time that it was left open, Suning locked it in, and then G2 banned it in the tiebreaker. It is a huge power pick for Bin in the top lane, and I imagine that the bans for Damwon are going to look like the Camille, and they're likely going to take the Syndra off the board as well.
All right, then what is going to be the reply from Suning? You've already mentioned that Lucian. Lucian has been banned by Suning 11 times. And there's the Nidalee that we've already spoken about. So no surprises yet. We're looking for Syndra, we're looking for Lucian, and Vedius, are you bold enough to predict the third ban on the blue side for Damwon?
Well, that's the dangerous one. So I think that Damwon, if they want to prioritize the Graves, which is something that they will often do, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Kindred ban come out from them, because then you're going to force Suning into the direction of a Lee Sin, which I think from Damwon's perspective, they're quite happy to play into. But instead, they're going to take the approach that they took against G2, removing the Jhin. This is something that has been a very high priority for most teams as we moved into the best of 5 stage, and I think that it does make a lot of sense. The question is now, will Damwon choose to prioritize the TF? Ooh, okay, I actually like this adaptation a lot from Suning. They're choosing to leave the Ornn open. They're saying that they do have an answer if Noguri decides to go for that pick, but you imagine in this situation that the Graves will be the lock.
And of course, even without that Kindred being banned away, you had already alluded to the fact that looking at Canyon, looking at that jungle pick, Graves was an option that they wanted to consider. It is now locked in, and Suning need to find an answer.
Now, I wonder if Suning will continue their trend of prioritizing Ezreal. They did this a lot against top esports, but that was large in part because they wanted to take it away from JackeyLove. However, it is a strong, weak side champion. The other option, of course, is the Ashe, but I like this lock-in. It shows comfort from Suning in game 1. It's something that Huan Feng is very comfortable on as well. And now, given that the Graves has already been locked in, they can immediately answer with a Kindred as well, knowing that they have SOFM on a champion that he's very comfortable on, and is a pretty good matchup.
And of course, for Huan Feng, Ezreal is his most played champion at the World Championship. 5 games, 5 wins. He has played Jhin 5 times as well. Looking at Sword Art's Leona, it is one of his most played champions in the World Championship 5. And also, it is his most played championship competitively over the last 2 years, with 23 competitive games.
Okay, wow. The picks coming in fast from Damwon. So, to quickly talk about this Leona, as you rightly said, it is a highly contested pick from both of these teams. They love the Leona, but we know that Damwon has an answer to it in the form of the set. They've played it multiple times before. They're willing to play things like Ashe set into it, and we'll see if Suning looks to try and remove some of those options. Meanwhile, Damwon have gone for a very straightforward teamfight comp. Orianna, given that the Syndra has been removed, is a pretty safe blind pick, and they've also got the Ornn to now they can just ban away counters because Suning are not locking any in. So Damwon have already a very well-rounded, strong top side of the map with the ability to save their bot lane counters for later.
So this is the second time that Angel will be playing Azir here at the World Championship, and I'm really interested to see what happens in the top lane. With Phase 2 bans coming in, the possibility of removing some of those matchups into Ornn is something Damwon could consider. And straight out the gate, Beryl will lose access to Thresh, as the bottom lane for Suning is already locked in.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a set removed as well, but I really want to highlight this Azir pick. I think it is a great option for Suning because already you have this very long-range composition coming out from Suning. A comp that kind of keeps you at arm's length, which when you look at a Graves that wants to get in your face, wants to close that gap, with the amount of disengage that they have with the Azir, with Ezreal being able to shift away, that hard engage from the Ornn becomes a lot weaker as well. So I think the Suning are already adapting well to what they're seeing Damwon bring out, and now their game plan is to give their bot lane the best possible matchup.
Now, what are you leaning towards for SOFM? Jarvan has been banned away. We saw that on Countdown just a little bit earlier today. One of the Red Bull plays from Worlds to celebrate. And you can see the coaching and support staff running through the options. They're going to ban away Ghost's Caitlyn and obviously that Thresh from earlier.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see his Lee Sin. I think that when I think about the Kindred, she's a pretty short-range champion unless she can get a large number of marks. And when we're already looking at this long-range comp, what Suning I think would like is more disengage and ability to offer more peel, protect the Azir and the Ezreal on the backline, and make sure that this Ornn ultimate can't really threaten them. So I think that if they do go for that, you can just use the Lee Sin kick to provide more peel, provide more disengage, and basically make it much harder for the Graves to access the backline. Remember, Ender's already done a great breakdown that showcases that SOFM doesn't play Lee like many others. He is the tank Lee. His role is to be obnoxious, be a frontline, buy time. But, of course, there are a number of other options. Things like the Shen Jungle is something that he has brought out before and can offer a very similar form of peel in the way of his ultimate.
River Shen or Top Shen, options available to them, can decide in a moment or two. Now we'll look at those last 2 picks here from Damwon Gaming. They need to find themselves their AD carry, and their support for Ghost and for Beryl.
I imagine the Ashe Pantheon or Ashe set will be the direction that they're looking at. The great thing about Set against Leona is when the Leona comes in, he then gets to take the Leona right back out with his ultimate. It's a combo that Damwon have used a lot. We saw a fair amount of Set from Beryl so far in this tournament, but they are going to stick with the more aggressive option in the Pantheon. Beryl is a player that in the early game loves to roam, he loves to cover for his lanes, and he loves to provide that setup. And we'll talk a little bit more about that game as we move into the final pick for Suning.
Give me a guess on what Beryl's win rate is. Don't bother. 100% career win-loss on that champion. 11-0. He's played it twice at Worlds. And Beryl impacting the lanes is something we have seen many, many times before. The last lock-in is going to be Wukong. So Wukong into Ornn. I'm furling my eyebrows right now. What do you think of the pick?
I mean, I'm a little surprised. Usually you pick the Wukong into an AD top matchup. Wukong does a surprising amount of AP damage in lane. It can actually trade pretty effectively. I imagine that Ornn will actually be able to do quite well. But you know what? I'm going to trust Bin on this. If there's any top laner
That's very fair.
that
In
knows,
the World Final Game 1, yes.
You know, he's clearly, we know that he's confident on this pick. We know that Suning like to draft, carry top laners for Bin. And he already played this in the semifinal up against Top Esports. And he had a fantastic performance on it. They have, like, quite a few different options because they have some dive with the Shen Wukong combo, but they also have a pretty long-range comp with the Azir and the Ezreal. So I feel like the Suning are going to look to play a very straightforward front-to-back comp, and I think that Damwon's going to look to do the same thing. So I imagine that we're actually going to get a pretty slow early game, and a lot of this game is going to be focused on the team fights.
Team fights, early dragons, see if there's going to be fights around those objectives. Taking a look at some of the research as far as Bin and the Wukong goes, he has played it 8 times this year, a win ratio of around 63%. He's played it once here at the World Championship, so it is a pick that he falls back to very, very frequently. And you can see in the stadium from Shanghai, this is game 1 in the best of 5, the last series of the World Championship for a shot at hoisting the Summoners Cup. It cannot be understated how different the environment is now in a stadium with 6,000 fans very clearly in favor of Suning as well. And it's going to be up to Suning to show us what they can do with this River Shen, with this Wukong. Verius, we talked so much about draft coming into this, how important it was going to be. How do you feel after you see the pieces that are put together?
Wow. The positives, in my perspective, for Suning is that they've got comps that they were able to play against top. When they played against top in that best of 5, it was very Drake-focused, very team-fight focused, and I felt like that if they can play that style, that's their best opportunity for success. Whereas the big concern I have is this bot lane. Beryl being on the Pantheon, they're a very aggressive 2 versus 2, and I feel like that Jackie-Love and Yuyanja didn't punish this bot lane from Suning as hard as they could have, but you know that a duo like Ghost and Beryl will. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on how aggressive they're going to look to be in this 2 versus 2 with the Pantheon, how Beryl roams around the map, and what these 2 junglers, what their plan is going to be in the early game.
Oh, a lot of pressure, and in the World Championship that has been so heavily determined by your jungler's ability to impact the game. SOFM taking on Canyon. Damwon Gaming taking on Suning. The 2020 League of Legends World Championship Final. Welcome to the Rift for game 1 in this best of 5. Straight out the gates. Catching a quick glimpse here. Defensive starts across the board. It doesn't look like any shenanigans afoot if Canyon does step forward. Bin and SOFM are waiting just behind the river entrance, but I don't think anything will play out here.
So you can see the 2 wards in the bottom right of your screen, just at the entrance of the river from both supports to try and cover. It looks like Beryl actually went for a very early back. I wonder if he's actually grabbed himself the sweeper. We'll be able to have a... Yes, he has. So he's going to have that option. And something that we've been seeing a lot throughout Worlds is actually leashless starts. The main reason why you do this is to not give your opposition that much information. But as you can see, there's going to be a leash on both sides. For Suning, it's going to be a leash on the blue buff to assist the Shen with the clear. But this is going to give priority for Ghost and Beryl immediately in the lane. Meanwhile, Noguri is going to be doing the same thing. Now, I imagine the main reason for this is because it makes sense for SOFM to want to path towards the top side. He has a carry top lane. He wants to make sure that this lane is stable and safe for him. So given that the bot lane knows that their jungler is going to be pathing away from them, they're going to be playing much more on the weaker side. They've already accepted and conceded this lane is not going to have that much cover. So we can already see he's likely going to do a full clear on the bot side of the map, then path towards top, whereas Canyon is going to do a very similar thing as he paths towards the bot side of the map.
Now let's see whether or not Ben and Nogari can set any shenanigans afoot. If SOFM is able to get some early advantage there in that lane, can absolutely play into his favor. If you look at the minimap, Angel already starting to shove into Orianna early on right now. Showmaker's going to start to fall backwards.
And this is something that you would expect as well, because SOFM wants to try and path towards the top Scuttle Crab when he has a pushing mid and a pushing top. That's the easiest crab for him to secure. And meanwhile, Canyon is going to look to do something, exactly the same thing, except on the bottom side of the map. Already, Beryl is looking for a roam in mid, using the priority bot, level 2 to alleviate some of the pressure. Angel, though, just going to disengage. And we're going to be seeing a lot of this, quick shot, because Canyon as a player, he doesn't actually gank for his lanes a lot. What he likes to do is focus on himself, make sure that he's farming up, and it's kind of how the meta is, but that's also what Damwon is so good at. But sometimes your lanes are not in a great state. Sometimes your lanes need assistance from someone else, and this is where Beryl comes in. What Damwon will do is they will ring the barrel when they need help.
So hold it,
okay?
Ring the barrel?
They will ring the barrel. If top lane needs a little bit of assistance, Beryl will base, he'll look to roam up top. If the mid lane needs to be pushed out, as we just saw, he will run, and that is ringing the barrel from Damwon. So keep an eye on that throughout this series, because it's going to happen a lot, because Canyon, all they care about is making sure that he gets as much farm as possible. Look, already hitting that level 4, he's done a full clear, he's going to get his Scuttle Crab. Now he can look to reset, or he can look to get a little bit of deep vision, maybe even look to contest the enemy grab.
And exactly like you talked about with SOFM and Canyon's pathing and focus, I will be keeping my eye on that minimap. And Vedius, you let me know when you think Damwon are going to ring the barrel, as it were. On this Pantheon with that Grand Starfall, he will have an ability to impact these lanes. And when you combo it with an Orianna or an Ornn or Canyon's Graves, there is a lot of CC and or damage to work with. But we consistently see Huanfeng and Sword Art being pushed in. They're down 8 CS already. If all 3 are picked up, it's still a 5 advantage to be expected. And also because of the fact that they have that very strong leash with SOFM on the blue bar.
Certainly that. Now, as you can look across the map, you'll see that the bot lane for Ghost and Barrel right now is not actually that safe. But they've already invested this deep ward towards the bot side of the map, so they know exactly where SOFM is, and they can react accordingly. They've also got the whole bot river warded. And notice how Showmaker is playing towards the bot side, because that's where his vision is. So all of Damwon have the information that they need to continue playing through their lanes, and again, like, they're making sure, all the laners are making sure that Canyon can just farm freely. They want to make sure that he's getting as much farm and XP as possible, and you can already see hitting that level 5 mark has taken his first base, and now they can even look for an early Drake, given that mid is pushed and bot is keeping the pressure up.
That's something I'm going to keep my eyes on, Vedius. You talked in the draft how both of these comps can be played out sort of front to back, and you know, you set expectations, which we're seeing. Slightly slower laning phase, with maybe a focus on these team fights and battles around objectives. The fact that the Cloud Drake has already been started by Canyon. See, with the pressure that Beryl and Ghost have in the bottom lane, they've unlocked the ability to start the Drake off. Showmaker TP'd early, which means Angel's catching a wave. He hasn't been able to back. And this will be an uncontested first Drake going the way of Damwon game.
So already in this early game, it might not feel like it, but Damwon already has a number of advantages. Number one, they've been able to use their strong 2v2 in the bot side to generate a lot of pressure. They've been forcing Huanfeng and Sword Art to play very defensively, but also in the top side of the map with the bounce back in the wave. Nogari played very well in the 1v1 and forced the TP out from bit. Now Nogari is going to answer. I didn't think that he needed to, but now it's Sword Art's turn to move around the map. He's gotten his first base off because Beryl was helping, and now Nogari is in a bit of danger. Let's have a look at the minimap and see if anyone is coming to assist already. The barrel is being rung. He's already making his way towards the mid lane, but it looks like Nogari is just going to say, right, I recognize the position that I'm in. My wave is not in a great space, but I'm on. It's fine if I lose a bit of farm. I can play defensively, and I'll just wait for this wave to come into me.
I mean, he had Flash, Call of the Forge God, still had the access to the Bellows Breath. We were watching him for some time, so a difficult gank to pull off, you know, opportunistic maybe at best on the side of Suning. And as you've alluded to, Vedius, some early advantages here going the way of Damwon. And when we look across their games, 13 games here played at the World Championship, they pick up the first tower in 85% of their games. I want to see if they can once again secure that first objective, and then start to move their pieces around the map.
Well, the way in which they're going to do that is going to be the Rift Herald. It spawns in a minute, 15 seconds, and these are the pieces that you're going to be looking at once again. Number one, Beryl. He's always going to be trying to move first. He already moved to help secure the Drake, and that was Sword Art's window to look for a roam where he wasn't able to find anything. But notice that they're continuing to push, and they're always getting this deep vision in the bot side jungle. So when SOFM is pathing up towards top to get his clear, they're getting that vision. Now they know exactly where SOFM is. They know where Angel is because he's just done his blue buff. So they're going to look to, I imagine, try and keep this pressure up and then have Beryl roam and have Ghost play on the weak side. They may even bring Ghost up with them, something that we have often seen, but they need Beryl there first so that they can look to start that objective.
And Vedis, look at the CS difference between Huanfeng and Ghost. It's already at 15, with some minions pushing towards Ghost and Beryl for the first time, it feels like, in 7 minutes. Huanfeng and Sword Art, they're actually able to get past that first barrier. They've been sitting under their tower for so long. Also, a brief note, 3 minutes to Mountain Drake. That means for game 1 of our finals, we're going to be playing for Infernal or Ocean Soul, and that will again just increase the pressure to ensure that the soul is not secured by Damwon from the perspective of Suning.
For sure, because I think that this game is ultimately going to come down to a lot of dragon fights.
Yeah.
And with the first dragon already be taken very early, you know that we're going to get to that point where first items from both teams, and they're like, okay, let's look to fight, let's look to set up. And already Damwon up towards the top side, they're going to start the Rift Herald on spawn. Beryl has done his reset, as we talked about. Sword Art is going to be a little bit late, but it looks like Canyon is getting a little bit creative here. He's instead, rather than starting off the objective, actually pathing up towards top. And I think for the time being, he is just sitting outside of vision, but Suning is suspicious. Instead, they're going to wait. Beryl has now arrived, as we talked about, and now, as they're setting up, they have the numbers advantage. Oriana's going to push in mid, and let's see if Suning look to contest.
And remember, if Damwon start a fight, SOFM does have access to that Stand United, so he can jump in at a moment's notice. I think Ghost, maybe respecting the potential of a dive, not level 6 on Sora yet, but he's already backed away from that lane, from the wave that was away from him at the tower. Canyon will be able to pick up this Rift Herald uncontested. CS advantages again. Ghost in the bottom lane, Bin in the top lane, a very small advantage for the time being. It is a minute and a half till the Dragon. I don't see strong vision yet for either team really around that objective. So let's keep an eye on whether or not Damwon want to start pushing that vision again deep into Suning's jungle to secure a safe Mountain Drake.
Well, what I imagine is that Damwon's going to continue to do what they've been doing pretty much throughout this game, which is path towards bot and then invest more resources there. Try and get a couple more plates into Ghost's back pocket, because they don't really care about Noguri. They're just like, hey, you're a tank. Yeah. Your responsibility is to team fight. And Noguri's like, okay, I get it. And so I imagine that what they're going to do is try and look for a window where Showmaker will have the push in mid. He's been actually able to go back to base just now, and he's going to grab himself both the Tear and the Lost Chapter. Of course, he had one beforehand. But now Azir's going to get the reset, and this is exactly the window that they were looking for. Azir just reset. Oriana now back on the map. Ghost also just picked up the Cutlass, is going to be able to get the push in bot, and now I expect to see push in mid, the return of the bot lane. Canyon grabs his red buff. They throw the Herald bot, and then through that pressure, they're able to convert it into a Drake.
It feels like Damwon are just one step ahead, but it is still deadly close. At the 10-minute mark, less than 100 gold difference, and SOFM will show his head top at the moment. Cyclone does get chucked down, but look at the damage onto Bin. He's losing out for the time being. Call of the Forge God comes out. The knockback is interrupted thanks to the secondary Cyclone. Noguri is not going to be able to survive much longer as Bin flashes forward. First blood to Suning in the finals.
So this is the cross-map play that you would expect. Suning recognized that Damwon is going to be passing towards the bot side of the map, playing for that second Drake, and they needed to make something happen top. I was concerned for Bin in that trade, because you saw the amount of magic damage that Noguri can do against the
You hear the fear in my voice.
Yes,
it was going to get turned around.
But they were able to get the kill. It did, of course, cost Bin his flash, but they will be able to convert this into some plays. Now, I love this teleport from Showmaker, because it's actually going to mitigate the number of advantages that Suning can actually get. And look, Canyon is now pathed towards the mid lane. Now, of course, what this will do is it means that they can't drop the Herald bot, but it doesn't matter, because what they've gotten was the Drake, and that's what they wanted to. 2 Drakes on the board now, 11 minutes in. We're looking at a 20-minute 4th Drake. And this 3rd Drake is definitely going to be a very contested objective. So you can see how much damage is mitigated, but also Noguri using his Bellow's Breath to avoid the initial knockup.
Yeah.
Then it's here where the second knockup comes through from Bin, so that Noguri cannot use his second proc of the ultimate. And then I like this use of the W from SOFM to mitigate any potential auto attack damage that would get that lethal.
500 gold lead and a kill to Suning. 4 minutes until the Infernal Drake spawns, and we are playing for the Infernal Soul now. And as you pointed out, Vedius, 20-minute timer for that Soul. So Suning will need to contest on the third Drake. It's something we were anticipating in our prep for this series, that if these front-to-back team comps came through, that then you throw down at Drake 3, and if not, you absolutely have to do it at Drake 4. So 3 minutes time, we'll check what the state of the map looks like.
So, it's funny because we've been talking a lot about Damwon and what they've been doing well in the early game and some of the expectations, but Suning's also doing what they're supposed to do. Patient play, respecting their opposition, not falling prey to any early mistakes, and recognizing where their priority is and where they should be getting advantages. The best thing that Suning could do in this position is trade for a kill on the top side of the map. They don't need to fight for these early Drakes, they don't need to fight for these Heralds, because that is the point at which they could put themselves at a bigger disadvantage. And the thing about Damwon is they're the type of team that they only need a single moment to take over the entire game. And we saw that multiple times against G2. One mistake and the game was theirs. So I love that we're seeing this respect and restraint from Suning, because it's what their comp needs and it's what you need to do against a team like Damwon.
And look at what they have been able to do in the top lane. So Ben is now up around 20 CS. And while you know, Huanfeng does continue to struggle in the bottom lane, Cyclone chucked out here defensively from Ben. Then Call of the Forge God comes out. Great interrupt once again, but here comes Canyon. Ben, no flash, remember. Nuggery's already committed his, and the Stand United from SOFM will dissuade any further engagement. But Noguri, with the Sunfire Cape and free-ass boots, is doing a lot of damage to Ben.
We can, of course, see that Noguri was quite confident making that play because Canyon was on the top side of the map. We'll drag him away from his clear a little bit, but I think that in this situation it is absolutely fine, and he's going to go back to clearing out his camps. He's actually going to be brought mid lane. Now, this is a little unusual, not something that we usually see, as Beryl goes for the all-in bot.
Oh, Ash Arrow directly tags Huanfeng. He flashed in a straight line, but Sword Art's re-engage, has locked up Dom1. Ghost is going low, he's in trouble. True Shot Barrage, not going to be enough just yet as the first death is Sword Art. After Noguri completes the TP, turns the damage back onto Huanfeng, and he's forced away with his life. The Volcanic Rupture not going to stop Huanfeng escaping, and Dom1 are on the board.
And crucially, Showmaker interrupted the teleport from Angel. On the minimap, Angel was trying to match the TP that was coming out from Noguri, and as he tried to get sent to the bot, Showmaker was the one that got in the way, interrupted it, and prevented that play from being turned in Suning's favor, because they were doing a great job. That 2 versus 2 did not look good for Ghost and Beryl initially, but if it wasn't for Noguri arriving, turning the play around, then that could have ended in disaster for Damwon. So a lot of small pieces there working out Damwon's favor.
Coming straight out of that replay, I'm keeping my eyes on the minimap, the Shockwave and the TP. Whether or not Angel, you know, how aggressive Showmaker needed to be to interrupt it. And there we go. Thank you to the observers for catching it.
Yeah, so that's what we were talking about. And again, that interrupt was really important because you can see how low Beryl and Ghost were in this situation. And had Angel arrived, this would have been a much worse situation for the Damwon bot lane, but they were able to pull it off.
1 minute until the next Drake. There's a couple of wards from Damwon placed inside Suning's jungle. No teleport for Angel, no teleport for Ben. And Huanfeng is now swapped to the top lane.
Interesting.
Whether or not Suning are going to contest this dragon in 40 seconds, that's what remains to be seen.
So Suning did this against Top Esports as well, where they said, you know what, we're not actually going to fight you until the 4th Drake. We don't care too much about the 3rd one, we'll play on the edge. No, I mean, it worked against Top. They were able to pull it off, but I think that they've just accepted that right now they're not stronger. Blade of the Ruin King having been already completed for Ghost, they seem to want to try and make the cross map happen. And look, it looks like that they're going to trade the Rift Herald for it instead. Get the Rift Herald, try to get the top tower, and you've got to remember that with both these mid laners, they are heavy wave clear mids. Usually what this Rift Herald is used for in compositions like this is to break that mid tower. When there's so much wave clear on either side, it's a lot harder to approach, and so they're going to need that objective to actually break into it. But look, the Ezreal now pathing down, SOFM on his way as well. Let's see, I don't think that they will contest this based on the map state right now, and I'm actually quite surprised that they've actually sent the Ezreal mid rather than just keeping him top. It looks like that they want to try and move Angel off onto a side lane, which is not usually where the Azir wants to be, but for the time being, when playing up against an Ornn, they probably think that for now, it is absolutely fine. And what we're building towards, Quickshot, is that 4th Drake fight. That will be the play that ultimately I think is a large part decides the game, because if Suning win that fight, I think their composition shows like how strong it will get as the game progresses, how much harder it will be to deal with given how long range it is. Whereas if Damwon is able to win that fight, obviously they're going to get the full three, and a fight's happening bot lane.
Engage, Flash Cyclone coming out, Stand United brings SOFM to the bottom lane, Barrel's already down, Bin stays alive a few seconds longer before Ghost is able to take him out. Canyon continues the chase, he's already used the collateral damage, and Sword Art is waiting in the wings. He's got a Solar Flare available to fire, but not a lot of damage to follow up on. He manages to catch the Zenith Blade, that's a catch down to Canyon, and SOFM with the help is going to be able to find it. That's a double kill for River Shen on Suning.
Beautifully done from Suning, and look at how quickly they've ballooned this gold advantage. The game has been very even, but a bit of a skirmish happens in bot lane, and Suning used the Shen to their advantage. We like to see these type of plays. It's going to get a little bit more gold in their back pocket, and look at SOFM, 3-0-1. He's been involved in every single kill so far this game, and when we get the replay up, we'll have a look at exactly how that broke down.
Style of me, the VCS player, last one standing, is making a statement again. He's one of the most talked about players at Worlds, and all started here with Bin.
So Bin knows that he has the Shen ultimate, so he dives in, recognizing that he can actually go for this all in. Of course, with Canyon's arrival, it may have been something that Damwon initially did not anticipate, but knowing that Sword Art was on the way as well meant that they could actually go for this re-engage. Damwon want to try and secure this tower, and that's what Suning take advantage of. Beautiful E from Sword Art.
Yes.
Just at the cusp of Canyon using his E. They're able to get themselves 2 quick kills, so beautifully done from the side of Suning.
And right at the beginning of that replay, I actually missed live that Showmaker's Shockwave was sort of dodged, quote-unquote, by Han Feng. He was able to use the Arcane Shift, and this time around does it again. Summoning Heal has already been used, and Ghost with the Blade of the Ruin King and Zeal is putting a lot of damage down. But yeah, Huan Feng escaped the ultimate commitment from Showmaker, and as we get into 20 minutes, it is a 2,000 gold lead rather for Suning. They are down 3 dragons, and it's 2.5 minutes, so they have to fight in the pit in 2.5 minutes.
But I think they're feeling pretty happy, because one of the things about Pantheon is you want to try and use him to get early advantages, because he's going to get outscaled by the Leona later on. Notice that Sword Art is actually very strong at this point in the game, and Beryl is pretty weak. Ooh, Shockwave comes through.
Shockwave catches onto Sword Art, the tower falls as well, and that Solar Flare will not tag anyone. Damwon happy to just break the tower, the second of the game. And against a wave clear mid sort of like Azir, even though he hasn't really been assigned to that lane for the last few minutes, opening up access to Suning's jungle is very important for Damwon. But I think, again, we're just going to be focusing in on this dragon. Trinity Force has been picked up by Bin. Almost the Iceborne Gauntlet for Huan Feng. I'm just trying to see what other big items have been picked up. As we see, SOFM will be able to interrupt the barrel.
Just to get in the way.
Cheeky, and gets the Rift Herald down in the mid lane.
I don't think they're going to be able to take this tower yet, though. The last hit going to come in from Ghost. But Beryl wants to get the reset, and I think that delaying support resets is very valuable, because you look at the supports and the inventories right now, 0 wards in the back pocket of Beryl. He wants to get on the back foot, but Suning know this, which means they can invade in the enemy jungle, get deep vision, and they can start setting up for this Drake 1.5 minutes in advance. Noguri, of course, does have the teleport, but SOFM just going to cover so they can take this bottom tier 1. And the great thing about Azir is he can take these towers very quickly, especially with the Nash's Tooth completed. And if you just kind of look at the animation quick show, you can see lots of things are starting to be done. We need to see that reset come in from Huan Feng to get that Iceborne Gauntlet, and then he should be good to go. I think that Suning is saying, right, we've got all the items that we need. Look at the minimap. Look at that beautiful vision. I'm actually just going to bring it up right now, because they just used this opportunity to set up all these wards. They have the entire entrances covered, and now Damwon is going to have to invest their vision to clear, which means that when you get into the river, it's all going to be dark. Suning is in the best possible position to set up for this Drake. Let's see if they can secure it.
Luden's Echo just completed by Angel a moment or two ago. The Hurricane picked up by Ghost. Black Cleaver picked up by Canyon. The Power Race as well as now Iceborne Gauntlet. It's 20 seconds until the Infernal Spawn. Sword Art steps just into Damwon territory. Various paint a picture for me on how this fight can start, because it looks like Suning may be the first ones into the river.
Well, it's the choke points that Suning want to try and control. If they can force people into these entrances to the river, then you can utilize the strong poke that an Azir and an Ezreal does have. They've already gotten the mid-prio. They're going to force Noguri to TP in, and he's going to be reliant on acting as the face check tool. Notice that he's going to be the one to enter the river. He's going to be the one to face check along with Beryl to make sure that they can soak up the majority of the damage. The dragon is being stuck started, Angel and Sorda are looking for a flank.
There's no flash on Bin just yet. If this drags out over time, he will be able to flash Cyclone the back line for Dom1. Sordart's looking for an engage. He's got himself with a solar flare. Beryl gonna jump onto Bin. Cyclone already used. Beryl about to die. He flashes away defensively. Stays alive a few seconds longer. Now Bin's in trouble. It's a trade of a jungle for support, but it's Dom1 Gaming that are split up. They're surrounded. SWFM catches a taunt onto Nogri. Here comes Sword on Angel. Huanfeng running for his life. Blast cones over the wall, and Canyon is sticking onto Huanfeng. The rest of Suning are in the river, and Dom1 control the map. They control the river, and they take down Huanfeng.
I think Suning tried to flank when they just didn't need to. They want to be playing front to back, but Angel and Sword just weren't involved in the fight. The good news for Suning is that they're still alive. So S2FM still has the smite. Let's see if they can take away this objective.
The glide, the divide, the Emperor's divide is available. There it is! Jumping 1, 2, 3 court. Goes Golden and stays alive a few seconds longer, but the damage and the survivability from Showmaker and Ghost is wrecking Suning. They get themselves kills. They set themselves up for the soul, but here comes Bin. He's going to teleport in. Grand Starfall comes down. The Infernal Drake has been stopped for now, and Bin will get dropped once again, with Dom1 now turning their attention back to the Infernal Drake, looking to secure the Infernal Soul.
I think that in that fight, Dam1 just played better. They recognized that they needed to stay grouped. They saw Bin out of position, and his ultimate was forced very early onto a single member. There wasn't cohesion coming out from Suning in that fight, and Dam1 looked to take advantage of it. And this is the crucial moment that I want to draw your attention, because look at the minimap. Azir and Leona are just nowhere near right now. They're trying to set up a flank, but Dam1 warded for it, which means that they know they have a numbers advantage in this situation. They can take Bin out. And like, the fight is split for Suning. There is no front to back. There's easy access onto Huanfeng because Angel isn't doing anything. Yeah. So Suning, while they did have a really good setup, I think that they tried to do too much in the fight, and they end up getting punished by Dam1.
A little too over-eager, maybe, a little too creative. You know, we talked in draft 20 minutes ago about how both comps could be played front to back, and Bin didn't have that flash. I wonder if it was a consideration. So we come out of the play. 8 kills to 6, it's still 2 towers apiece, and Dam1 have got themselves the Infernal Soul. This makes the Elder Dragon 28 minutes a terrifying prospect. But we have seen this World Championship already. It is possible to win a game when you concede the soul to your opponents. Suning fairly, you know, they'll remember that. Yes. Okay, familiar with it, thank you. But it is a very uphill battle because of the benefits and the bonuses that Dam1 have accrued for themselves.
Certainly will. Now, the arrow will come out from Ghost as they look to push up mid, because now Baron is obviously the next objective to play for. They're keeping Nogari on the weak side of the map while keeping Ghost and Beryl in mid to keep this pressure and have them move in through the river. And you can see how dark it is for Suning. They're very afraid of approaching this objective, and just look at the positioning of Canyon right now. He's walking into the enemy jungle, stealing away camps where he can, and he's incredibly powerful at this point in the game as well. Like Dam1, even though the gold is very even, it's obviously very deceptive.
Yes.
Because Nogari is the one that's kind of at that deficit, but he's still like there to do his job. Where the gold is right now is on top of Ghost, on top of Showmaker, and they are, of course, very strong. That doesn't mean that Angel and Huanfeng don't have any damage, but this Infernal Soul is really going to make the difference between the two.
Infernal Soul plus Graves, Orianna, Ashe, Pantheon.
Yes.
I think they're very happy with that buff. But now they just need to pick up the Baron and try to move it down. We've already talked about the wave clear that Angel's Azir has on the Rift. Obviously, the Ezreal as well, from relatively long range, can do it okay. But once you get that Baron buff secured, significantly harder to hold onto your base, to hold onto those inhibitor turrets. And they're still out of turret remaining. It's 2 towers apiece at 25 minutes. This is what we expected from the drops. You know, fighting around dragons, skirmishes and team fights that then lead to big advantages in the game.
And so this was something that we heard the analyst desk talking about, and how flexible Dam1 actually are as a team, because what they'll do is they make these pivots in the draft to try and counteract what you like to do. And they're like, well, okay, if Suning like to play for Drake, then that's exactly what we'll do. And we saw how they approached it. They controlled the early Drakes. They were the ones utilizing the strength of their early lane prowess to build these advantages. But now Suning is back on the offensive. They've caught Showmaker out of position. He has no flash, but they're too afraid to commit for now.
Yeah, look at the respect. As soon as Suning realized they're stepping into the darkness, the call was to back away. You could clearly see the comms deciding that factor. With so much at stake in game 1 of the finals of the best of 5, I respect that ability to pull back. They did get the Grand Starfall out of Beryl. It's not the biggest win, of course, because we're still 2.5 away from Elder. And it's felt to me all game, Vedius, that Damwon are pretty comfortable. Just play this at their pace. They've been very calculated. I said many minutes ago, they're like one step ahead of Suning. And they're now just going to play this patiently, push some vision into the northern quadrant, and once they've set up some vision, then can make some plays for Baron.
Yeah, and I think that they're afraid of just starting Baron blindly because that's how they lose, right? They may even wait for Elder, but like they kind of have a number of options right now. For the time being, Beryl has to be very careful. What he's doing is a little dangerous.
Well, same kind. Bin is a little overextended. Call of the Forge God comes out. Cyclone will buy some time. Flash is still available. Side steps away from the collateral damage. That's a secondary knock-up onto Canyon. SOFM Stand United brings in the supporting. Canyon goes down. The Ash Arrow right between the upsides. Angel committed the teleport for this, as now Beryl is down as well. Nogri continues to be the target as Angel and SOFM look to run him down. And Sword Art's coming in from behind. Solar Flare has already been used. Showmaker's got the flash available, but there's no shockwave. Shield of Daybreak to the face. True Shot Barrage is dodged by the Hourglass. And there comes SOSM, the taunt. The first death on the side of Suning is then going to be Sword Art as they turn around and Nuguri goes down. Ghost is the last man standing, and Suning find a team fight after Bin was caught.
Excellent use of the teleports from Suning, and just a great play from the Shen. Damwon were afraid to just commit to the Baron, so they wanted to try and find a pick. The problem with trying to find a pick is that there's a Shen in the game.
Yes.
His ability to join from the other side of the map means that it's not as easy as Damwon would want to be able to just find an easy pick on a side lane. Suning are able to punish, and they were even able to catch Bell out. You noticed it in the river, quick shot. But they were able to find that pick, and now they're on the Baron. They're going to be able to cleanly take this one down, and all of a sudden, Suning are back in the game.
Well, not only back in the game, they've got 30 seconds before the Elder is up. Damwon can feel that one. They're going to interrupt at least one of the recalls. Remember, teleports were committed, and Stand United is still on cooldown. Do Damwon try to rush the Elder? It does look like SOFM and Sword Art are still in the Rift, and it feels like Suning should be able to contest.
Yeah, they will. The Baron buff recall timers is going to give them more than enough time to be able to go back to base, get back out on the map, and I love what Sword Art's doing right now. Standing in mid lane just so that there are Baron-empowered minions, so Ghost cannot clear the wave as quickly as he wants. Now, Damwon do have initial setup on the objective. They got a couple of control wards with Beryl. He was forced to reset to replenish his wards. Notice as well, Deathcap not yet completed for Showmaker, whereas Angel has already finished his third item. The Leandris has come through, and now you're kind of looking at this comp from Suning, and you're like, well, I do think the scaling is pretty good on their side. We already talked about the front to back, and this is just what I want to see from Suning. No more fancy flanks.
Yes.
Just take them, face them from the front, and just kill whoever's in front of you initially. I think that they have the tanks to do it. They have the backline damage to do it, and I like what I'm seeing from Bin now, pushing in the bot lane, generating that extra source of pressure, forcing Damwon to make a decision. Damwon, what's the choice going to be?
Well, they haven't committed yet. Wanfeng's not with Suning either. If Damwon pull the trigger right now, Wanfeng will be a little late to the party. Bin starts to back away, and it is still just this standoff at the Elder Drake. Wanfeng stepping back. Ghost's Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available, and that is going to be one of the tools that Damwon can use to initiate his starter look for a pick. Suning 3,000 gold up, but the Elder Dragon buff with 4 Elemental Drakes is not something you can concede.
Orianna just did a sneaky base. I think that Damwon is trying to take advantage of the fact that Suning don't have full information here, and they're trying to buy time. Orianna getting that death cap is going to be so huge for the upcoming fights, and Suning are not going to punish Damwon for it. So a bit cheeky there from Damwon. Beryl now going to do the same thing as he looks to replenish his wards. Notice that Sword Art also out of vision for the time being. Is he going to reset as well? He's actually going to stay in mid, so Damwon, they played this well, even though they recognize that right now they don't feel super strong. Oh, this was the replay that happened earlier. This was them catching Beryl out as he tried to roam towards bot. Now Suning, they're going to start this off. They know that they don't have the restock on vision. They're going to kick this one off. They don't have the push in mids, but Bin is on the flank, and I think this is a much better position for Damwon for Suning rather to be in, but they've warded for the flank.
Well, let's see what happens. Nogri has not used Call of the Forge God. Sword Art has been caught out. He catches a Zenith Blade, jumps down onto Ghost. Here comes Bin. The Elder Drake is still the focus of Suning, and Bin goes in with a Cyclone. He almost picks up the kill, manages to survive a few seconds longer, but Suning get the Elder Drake so far at the cost of only Bin. They're going to try to escape, and now Beryl jumps in with the Grand Starfall, gets caught up by the Taunt, and Angel will send him to the fountain. Angel gets blown up by Canyon, and now SOFM is in trouble. At the same time, Wanfeng picks up a kill onto Ghost, and SOFM is running for his life. He will get taken down. 4 deaths for 2, but the Elder goes the way of Suning.
Whew! Now this is a world final. This is what we wanted to see. Both teams going toe-to-toe. Even though Suning, it feels like they're losing, they continue to accelerate the gold. They're the ones with the gold advantage. They're the ones with carries, continuing to get more and more items. One member gets the Elder Drake. This is, of course, is not ideal for Suning. Oh, but can Showmaker save it?
Flash is not available for Showmaker. Continues to step forward. One Fung's Mystic Shots don't find the targets. He's shut down. Solo kill by Showmaker.
Beautiful stuff from Showmaker, punishing Huanfeng in the mid lane, and now there are no Elder Drakes on the side of Suning. That's going to completely remove that objective, and let's have a look back at how this fight all started off. Swordart kind of gets caught off on the side lane, not really in the river with his team, but he gets onto the back line, but also gets blown up immediately. The power of the Infernal Soul right there. Then we're getting to see the damage of Bin on the back line, but he doesn't have the support of the Shen this time round, so Damwon are just staying together as a group. Now Damwon's goal is to just catch off the stragglers. They use the Pantheon ultimate to stop Angel from disengaging. SOFM wants to try and keep his mid laner alive, and I think that if they do keep Angel alive here, there's a world in which they can turn that fight around, but because Damwon get the shutdown, they're able to take out SOFM as well, and they're able to remove all traces of the Elder Drake.
26 kills in 32 minutes. 4 minutes until the next Elder Drake, a minute and a half until the next Baron buff, and I am loving this game 1 in the finals. Constant team fights around the objectives, but you can also see and feel the respect, the tension, maybe the fear in terms of how they're treating these engagements. Suning have come out on top for the most part on the last couple of engages.
What I think we've been seeing here is that Damwon have kind of played their traditional style of control, but they needed to take a bit of risk when it came to the Baron, and that's when they went for that pick in the bot lane, and obviously things didn't pan out. And what we're seeing from Suning is that kind of young blood confidence that we've seen from them throughout the tournament, where like they don't really play with any hesitation. When they see their opportunity, they're going to go for it, and I think that they've been doing a great job of that, and it's keeping this game very close, even though they're fighting against an Infernal Soul, arguably one of, if not the strongest Dragon Souls in the game. Like, the fact that they're able to be this resilient is large part because of their comp, but because they're willing to go toe-to-toe with Damwon. They're not conceding these objectives, and now the next Baron is going to be very crucial.
Yeah, but Vedius, Suning have been that resilient all tournament long. Freak said it last week, the most impressive run of Worlds so far. They find themselves in the final against Damwon. Suning have been able to upset and surprise at nearly every single stage. And already in game 1, for me and my eyes, I am surprised and excited by what they are showing in this first game. It is still not clear which team will win. It is balancing on a knife edge, and it will come down to the team fight. Shockwave catches, and Swordart is dead before he can do anything. No flash, no solar flare, no support for Suning.
Wow, and Damwon just blow up Swordart. He's supposed to be the front line, but again, that is the power of the Infernal Soul. It just melts through these tanks, and the items are just so strong for Damwon. A small mistake like that could be all that they need to secure this Baron.
Stand United was used by SOFM. That's a catch once again onto him from Beryl. Ben is waiting in the wings now. If Damwon can get caught by Cyclone, that is problematic. Ben has got flash available to him. No vision inside the pit. Suning starts to step forward, and Beryl is the first target. 4,000 hit points on Baron. They peel away for a brief second and turn back in to chip away. The Ash Arrow catches one Fung. Damwon pick up the Baron. Now they're trying to escape with their lives. Angel has got himself the Emperor's Divide, but no target. And they get the kill on Swordart, they get the Baron, and they get out unscathed.
I like the positioning from Showmaker a lot in that fight. He was hovering towards the bot side of the river and just basically zoning both SOFM and Bin from the pit, utilizing the ball. It meant that if they got too close, he was going to look to one-shot them, and it was a very real possibility. We've already seen what damage he can do on to Swordart, so good patient play there from Damwon. Suning once again going to be put on the back foot, but you know what Baron doesn't help with? Taking an Elder Drake. So Suning, they're going to look to just try and stall for a little while longer. They're going to try and push out these waves. They just took the mid-tier 1 finally after 35 minutes.
Yes, 3 towers apiece.
And of course, you do still get some small advantages from the Baron buff, which is going to be beneficial for Damwon. But in terms of itemization, very close, very similar across the board. and it all comes down to the execution of these fights. Damwon can't have all the advantages that they could need to win this next Elder fight, but so far, that hasn't really proven enough to end this game for them.
And all credit to Suning. Despite being down in Infernal Soul, they are still keeping themselves relevant here. I mean, the Warmugs were just picked up by SOFM. Death's Dance sitting for both Bin, as well as Huanfeng. The GA for Bin as well. His stopwatch Cyclone combo was almost enough to kill Ghost in the previous Dragon fight. 20 seconds till Elder is up, but if you look at the map state this time, Damwon have got control because of the Baron-empowered minions. So this means it's significantly harder for Suning to not only contest, but to actually start that fight.
If anything, Damwon's basically saying, listen, if you're going to fight, you're going to fight on our terms, you're going to play around our lanes, and we're going to make it very difficult, as you rightly said, to actually start that objective, because we know that's the way in which we lose. So instead, we're going to leverage our Baron buff. We still have a minute of it left. We're going to take as much away from you as possible. And in the meantime, we're going to gain full vision control over your side of the map. Look at all these wards in the enemy jungle. Now they're going to look for a pick onto Bin.
All right, Bin does have flash available to him. That's the ultimate thrown down. He's holding on to it.
They got what they wanted.
Now.
Quick shot. That ult is now gone from Bin. That backline threat is disappeared. And let's see if Suning, I don't think they're even going to be in a position to contest this because it's already gone.
They're way too late. They're way too late. Elder Dragon with Infernal Soul picked up by Damwon. They still have themselves the Baron buff as well. And the Ash Arrow goes right between Suning. They're able to escape. Call of the Forge Guard knocks up Huanfeng, but Sword Art's the target for now. He gets dashed on and jumped on and shot in the face by Canyon. Taken down. 16th kill for Damwon. And with the Elder, with the Baron, they're now going to start the plays top lane as well.
So Suning pushed in mid and they pushed in bot, and they tried to give Damwon as few waves as possible. Angel and TP top to try and clear that one out, but Damwon was like, nah, not that one. Showmaker with a fast TP to match, and now they have the wave that they need to break into the base.
Can they finish it on this push? That's what we're going to find out. The inhibitor's going to be the next focus. Baron impart minions for just a few seconds longer. That will time out right about now. Elder Drake is available. If anyone from Suning goes low, they will go down. They will die. True Shot Barrage fired from Huanfeng. Does not do a whole lot, but the minions are cleared out. Damwon have to wait for the next conga line to make its way into Suning's base. Damwon have got themselves a tangible taste of victory after a hard-fought 40 minutes.
Wow. Well, unfortunately for Damwon, because their Baron buff disappeared, they can't keep the push in. They also will likely have their Elder disappear, which means that we're probably in for one more fight. Quick shot, the game isn't quite over yet. My word, what an intense game one. And I wonder if this will set the trend for the series. Will it be very much about Drakes? Will we see an adaptation? Will we see more of this early game focus? Like, still so many questions to be had about how these two teams go toe-to-toe, but what we can say for sure is that Damwon, in terms of their objective setup and their team fighting, is still a monster that is difficult to deal with, but Suning are finding ways. The question is, can they find a way when pretty much everything is stacked against them?
Yes.
No soul, like
against Baron and Elder.
Yes, it's like they've been able to hold the line for now, but now they also have lost their inhibitor in the top lane. Full builds are being completed across the board. Like, it's going to be tough for Suning, but they've proven miracles before.
Yes,
Let's see if they can do it again.
And of course, on the side of Suning, you know, they did have side selection this game. Whoever loses game one picks the side selection for game two. This is a best of 5 in the final, and Bin will be forced to run for his life. Grand Starfall comes down once again. Call of the Forge God comes out. We'll find a knock-up. Showmaker running from the side. Bin is going to continue to escape, and the Ash Arrow from Ghost was optimistic. Not going to be a long-range stun this time, but the Cyclone is not available for the ensuing fight. Elder has timed out, and the super minions are currently being caught by Angel. This is good for Suning, but they're at a numbers disadvantage if a fight breaks out.
Clever collapse from Damwon as they actually tried to punish Bin as he recalled, and now the collapse, the engage.
They jump onto SOFM and not going to be able to do much more damage through that Spirit's Refuge, in the tower stays alive for now. The minion wave was cleared out relatively quickly. Suning 3,000 gold down, 40 seconds to the next Baron, 3 minutes to the next Elder, and they live to fight another day. They are losing every single inch of Summoner's Rift.
Yep. Slowly, more and more is being taken away from Suning, and you can see even if they do get the Elder, that doesn't suddenly mean that they win the game. They need a big team fight victory to be able to swing this game back in their control. But it is possible, just very, very difficult. Wow, what an intense game one.
Now let's take a look at the vision setup. 10 minutes to Baron, Do you think Damwon need the Baron to win?
Wait, look at Wukong, look at Wukong. He's being a little sneaky here. He's just sitting in that brush, hoping that someone from Damwon looks to face check. There has been a control ward every single fight at that point. But the problem is that the Baron is alive. So Damwon don't really care about the bottom side of the map right now. They care about the top side.
Oh, so much tension. There are more Elder Dragons and Barons killed in this game than we've seen any previous worlds, and there's no indication it's over yet. Bin will go golden for a second. Where is he going, Vision? There's observers trolling me a touch there, actually. He backed away, out of sight. I was so focused on Ghost and whether he was going to jump on him or not.
Here we go. Good setup from Damwon here. They're using Barrel to zone. Suning out of the pits. There is a control ward now inside.
Suning going to have to pull a trigger very, very soon. Here comes Huanfeng. Ben is making his way up through the river. Keep your eyes on that minimap. And Damwon, they back away, recognizing this time they don't have the same level of information and control, so they don't expose themselves to the risk of the engage.
Well, also, Suning learned the hard way that if they face check an area of the map that doesn't belong to them, they will just insta-die.
Yes.
TP now coming in back to mid lane.
Okay, and this is going to be the focus. The next Baron, the next Elder can win. Both teams have secured themselves an Elder. We've seen a Baron as well, and now Canyon goes back to the objective. Beryl can come in with that Grand Stoffel.
So Bin just reset, but he does have the teleport. What Suning need to do is reset for wards, and that's the window that Damwon is trying to take advantage of. Notice that there are no control wards left. Arrow comes through.
SOFM gets caught up, flashes away, and he's down! Nuguri gets the final hit for Damwon. No smite inside the pit, but the Cyclone, the Emperor's Divide, the Solar Flare are huge. They have to be flawless. That is Angel being forced away. Beryl is running him down. The Baron goes low. True Shot Barrage is not going to be enough, and the Baron is secured by Damwon Gaming. They turn their attention onto Angel, who is forced to use the Emperor's Divide, the Slide, the Glide. He's holding onto the Flash, and he gets popped by Beryl. Two members of Suning are down, and Damwon with Baron-empowered minions, they're going to push into the base. They might be looking for the Nexus.
And it was the pick that Damwon have been looking for. They shut down SOFM, the smite disappears, the risk of a steal gone with it, and now with Damwon the kill lead, the Baron in their back pocket, and an empty inhibitor standing in their way, they're looking to end game one.
It has felt like a long time coming, a hard-fought victory, and Damwon are setting themselves up by taking down the first Nexus turret. They will get themselves the GA out of Bin. The knock-up onto Huanfeng, and he jumps away. The Cyclone goes up, but there's just not enough damage. A lot is returned back onto Ghost as GA is still up. The first Nexus turret is down, and I think the Showmaker Shockwave did not really do much. Huanfeng is taken out in the backside of the fight, and SOFM will respawn only to die and watch his Nexus explode. Damwon strike first in finals.
Whew. That was an intense back and forth between Damwon and Suning. But for the majority of it, it really felt like Damwon were in control. It was Suning finding creative ways of delaying, coming back, punishing these small decisions that Damwon were making. And I feel like that if they just played that fourth Drake fight a little bit differently, if they didn't try to go for that clever flank, if they just played more standard front to back, this could have been Suning's game, and I think that what this tells me is that Suning is ready to play. One of the questions that Yamato asked is like, has this team been challenged yet? Well, they're at the World Finals. Maybe they just can't be challenged. I think Suning is showcasing that this team definitely can be challenged.
Longest game at Worlds 2020, clocking in at 45 minutes and 29 seconds. 2 Elder Drakes, 3 Barons, 4 Elemental Drakes. And this entire game was defined from the get-go about those team fights and the objective battles. That's not a huge surprise based on how we've seen the tournament and these teams evolve, but now side selection again stays with Suning. And the next question in my mind is, what happens next? What is the adjustment? Where does Suning go from here? Because I think if you were to run that back and execute differently, it could have gone Suning's way multiple times. Yep. Do they feel that? That's what we have to find out.
Yeah, I think that right now, teamfight execution just seems to be in Damwon's favor. They just seem to be playing those fights around the Drakes a little bit better than Suning. But in the course of a series, you can get better, you can grow, and I think that Suning's whole story of this Worlds has been growth. So let's see if they can do it within this series.
We're about to find out as we go to a break. Please enjoy this short preview of Wild Rift, a new 5v5 MOBA for mobile. It should look pretty familiar to League on PC, but it's been fully redesigned for new platforms. European fans, keep an eye out for access in early December, with the Americas following soon after. Enjoy.
To the players, meleeers, fans and cosplayers, all night and dayers, for the flanks, the ganks, the tanks of all ranks, MasterCard says, share. To thank you for 10 legendary years, MasterCard is releasing 10 legendary hours of exclusive surprises. Go to priceless.com/Worlds 2020 right now for swag, once-in-a-lifetime League of Legends experiences, and more.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Zone, and I'm going to go ahead and take a look at Suning's Infernal Soul fight. Now, this was probably the turning point or the nail in the coffin. I know that that game was very heavy back and forth, but it felt like this one was really the deciding factor in the game, so we have to establish some ground rules here. First and foremost, we already talked about Damwon's compositions and how they play everyone's style, and they seem to craft compositions to counteract their opponents. They went for a very stock standard, 100% play wins win rate in the Orianna Graves and Orianna team fight composition, which meant that this game was going to come down to team fights, and that Damwon were going to challenge Suning where Suning have been strongest. Now, during the cast, they talked about how Suning really failed these team fights, so we're going to go ahead and look at what went wrong this one. First and foremost, the thing that's very important is that Suning have control over the bot side lane here. And the fact is that Suning will often actually enter dragon fights from that bot side as opposed to contesting on mid lane, which is also very important in this composition because it's hard to contest the mid lane pressure when you have snap potential like an Ashe arrow. Suning then move from bot side and split their team immediately. Already, we can see that Angel and Sword are on the bottom side. I should actually use a larger circle here. Sorry, guys. oh yeah, that one feels good. And Bin is actually on the top side. Now, obviously, Bin's responsibility in this team fight is to try to find a flank. But one of the issues is that Azir is actually at 2 core items right now. 2 core items on Azir, 2 core items on Ezreal, 2 core items on Wukong. Suning are incredibly strong, but they need to execute this team fight correctly. Bin is going to go ahead and get caught out by Beryl, thinks that he can burst the Pantheon. Haha, surprise, Pantheon, super tanky here, and gets out the Wukong ultimate on a single target. That is not going to feel bad or feel good for your cooldowns. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and check out about where Azir is. It's really helpful there, isn't he? He's really doing a lot of damage. Just nailing that one right there. 1 ultimate down. Bin is going to be taken out of the fight. Angel is still going on a really long trek here. Even got slowed down by the grave smoke screen there. He finally gets to the fight. Azir! He finally hit someone. He's actually doing damage. But it's already too late at this point. The other really cool thing that happened in this team fight was the blast cone. It's actually been popped right now, but Canyon did a brilliant job making sure that as he was chasing Huangfeng over the wall, he also got onto the blast cone range and popped right over to solo kill the AD carry. Azir didn't get to participate. Wukong used his ultimate on a single target, and that is not the team fight that Suning wanted. And guys, I believe you have more to say, but that was just a very general overview of everything that went wrong.
Yes, pretty eviscerating there for someone who, mind you, voted for Suning to win this series. And we've got LCK/EU representative here in Yamato, but we've also got Lyric joining us to give his LPL insight. So let's look at this from both sides then. First up, Lyric, this is not what you want when you're Suning, and you know that you're usually very good in these team fight situations. So what do you attribute it to that in this situation they weren't able to execute the way we're used from them?
First of all, it was a bit weird, like going back to the draft. I feel like we went all the way back to Spring Split with Wukong, Azir, and Ezreal. And this is actually when Suning were at their worst, because they weren't very good at playing these front-to-back team fights and coordinating the flanks from Bin. And we just saw that this game. I think Frost highlighted it very well. Like, Bin has a typical way to not get the perfect flank angle. Sword Art ends up getting caught out too early. And this was just really a throwback to the worst of Suning that we saw in spring.
For Damwon, though, it looked pretty good in the beginning. They got all the dragons, of course. They had all the pressure. They got this dragon as well. And you talked a lot about preciseness from the side of Damwon. So how did they score in that regard in this game specifically?
I think everything was pretty straightforward and clear-cut for them. I think there was the kill from Nuguri on top where he just didn't need to die, which was a mistake. I think their draft was in a place where they're going to scale, and I think just as Froskuren mentioned, that 4th dragon was where Suning could potentially make a difference, but they mis-executed. I think in a world where Suning prepared for that fab better, maybe this game would have looked different, because that Infernal Soul carried Damwon through some of the mistakes they did later on in the game, where they, for example, got caught out in the bottom side.
Yeah, you wanted to look at that bot lane play specifically, where Suning recognized that they were able to catch out Damwon, and this is not usually something you see from Damwon's side, Yamato.
So this is very strange, because we talk about the precision. We have Ashe in the top lane with no TP. They're forcing on the bottom side, and this is perfect. There's a Shen ultimate, Leona Ezreal are on mid lane already, and Ashe is trying to trek her way. Sure, she can shoot an arrow, but that's gonna miss, and nothing's gonna come out of it. Bin walks away with low HP. Nuguri is just an Ornn. Sure, he has an Infernal Soul, but it just doesn't matter in this situation. Damwon get caught out, and Ashe has nothing to provide in this situation. And this is a very uncharacteristic mistake that Damwon did. And if Suning can keep punishing in this fashion and maybe start out earlier in the game to force these situations, maybe we'll have a more intense series.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at here. And Lyric, as we pull up the picks and bans to look ahead to game 2, where now Suning will stay on the red side, you said a lot of reverting back to old habits that we saw in the LPL out of Suning. But we did still see a very competitive game after the moments we just looked at. Damwon did have to fight for their victory. So what did you see in this game, and what adaptations do you think Suning can make in draft to be better equipped for game 2?
I'd still love to see Suning get on a composition that can control the pace of the game, has more tools to make proactive plays early, because I think we've seen from Damwon that they're just, when you let Damwon play their own game, they are still a bit too clean. Sure, there were a few mistakes, but if I'm Suning, I don't want to bank on Damwon making mistakes if they get control on those objectives, if they can get on the map first, control vision. So I'd like to see them get away from the Azir, get away from the Ezreal. Sure, maybe the Jhin got banned out, but Huanfeng is a great Ashe player as well. He could have picked that one up himself and have more tools to control the tempo.
Yeah, I'm with you on that lyric. I think it just comes down to putting themselves in a situation where they can force more early skirmishes. That's where I think SOFM and Bin shines. I think that's where Sword Art also gets active. This time around with the Azir in the mid lane, I associate that with inactivity in most cases, unless maybe you're Faker. Bottom side with Ezreal and Leona. Shen in the jungle against Graves. He did fine. He was farming and keeping up, got a couple of kills, but it's not something that was super proactive. They could just impact the Ornn lane, and we know how Ornn functions. He's always going to be the same champion regardless of the state of the game. So I just want to see a high level of activity, because we did, in fact, see Suning catch Damwon with their pants down a couple of times.
And the hope is that they can continue to do that and maybe show a bit also in the early game of this next game, so that we get a very interesting series. So the players are gearing up to get back on stage. But in the meantime, let me tell you about a couple of things you can check out, namely the making of Takeover. There's the World's 2020 Anthem, and that podcast is live on Spotify right now. You can also check out episode 2 of Untold Stories, which is a podcast about the top moments from Worlds from the last 10 years. This episode specifically that is live now is concerning Silver Scrapes, how it became a part of Worlds, and myself and Dash talked to Danny McCarthy about the Anthem. So you can check this all out while we wait for Game 2 as Suning look to bounce back, rather.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 닿을 수 없는
Welcome back to World Final Draft. We're dropping in hot and heavy as Suning lost the first game of finals, and for the first time in the bracket stage, lost a game on red side. Now, as we are looking at the draft, and Suning have once again elected red side, small pivots in the ban. Silas finds himself banned away in phase 1 from
Wow. I mean, like, these are huge shifts from Damwon. The fact that the Silas ban suggests that they might be looking for very early on, and the fact that they've removed Graves, like, I'm thinking about Lucian is open right now. The question is, will Damwon... I don't think Damwon need to pick it because Suning actually haven't shown that they ever play it, but they don't feel confident that they want to give that away, so for now...
Is the risk of leaving it open bigger than just locking it in
It seems like that's what Damwon is saying. Even though Suning have not shown that they play it, by leaving it open, I think what Suning is saying here is like, but we might. And Damwon's like, oh, okay, fine, we'll lock it in. So now we'll see how Suning respond, because you have to assume that they knew that this was going to happen. What they will be able to get themselves is the Jhin. I really want to see them pair this with a powerful support in the bot lane. When we saw them play against top esports, they paired it with a Bard. Wasn't a fan. The problem is you don't have that same lane agency or lane power that you normally want with a Jhin, and they're also going to get themselves a Syndra. So Suning already shaping things up, a lot more early game power. If they just pair this up with a strong bot lane, strong support, I'm a really big fan of what Suning's doing. And again, we're going to see a lot more dynamic gameplay coming out from Suning in the early game.
And this Syndra is Angel's most played champion all year long.
Evelyn, let's go!
Evelyn locked in for Canyon. This will be the first time that we're seeing him play this champion at the Worlds. He's had 10 games on Graves, 2 on Kindred, 1 Heka, 1 Nidalee, and now 1 on Evelyn. And of course, the Leona is hovered right now. That is a champion that would fit the bill of what you wanted to see next to Jhin. And you are so giddy with excitement right now.
Well, I mean, I love the Lucian-Evelyn combo, but this isn't just any Lucian-Evelyn. This is Canyon Showmaker, Lucian-Evelyn, like... European fans have gotten a taster of what this can look like, right? They've been able to see what Fnatic is able to do with this duo, but now you've got Canyon, who is considered the best jungler in the world right now, and he's going to be playing this champion. The ability to carry on it is like extremely high. So we'll get to see what he's doing. Right, we'll talk more about that when we actually get into the game. They rounded things out with the Ornn, and I also got what I wanted to see from Suning. They paired the Jhin with the Leona, which gives you a very strong 2 versus 2 in the bot lane. They can ban out some of the potential answers. I like that they're removing things like the Senna. They've already taken away the Ashe, and they want to try. They may even ban away the Ezreal to really mitigate what options Ghost has in the bot lane.
Now, what does SOFM do then into this Evelyn? You've got Syndra in the mid lane, expected coming up against the Lucian, and I will see what these next bans will be, but Lee Sin has already been removed from the pool from his side. Shen is still open and available. Don't know if you really want to consider that at all, really.
Maybe.
He had a good performance in game 1.
The Shen ultimate can mitigate the potential one-shot power of the Evelyn.
If you're quick enough.
Yeah, if you're quick enough. But... I don't know, like, it's difficult to predict SOFM. Yes. I kind of just want to wait and see what he decides to do. Because, of course, Suning do have a very strong bot side of the map. So typically, you would try and play more weak top side. You know, you'd play a little bit more defensively. Usually, you might see, like, tank to tank, maybe something like a Sion, maybe even a Maokai. But... this is Bin. So Bin usually doesn't like to play those type of champions. He's happy to pick things like the Jax into the Ornn. The Gangplank is up and available. GP could be really good here because you know that Damwon's going to be forced into double AD carry. And I think that GP Ultimate is really effective at making that much harder. Rengar! What? Let's go!
Finals? Okay, now I'm expecting this in SOFM's hands, okay?
Yes!
But the only time I've seen Rengar this year has been a top laner. So, I need to see what will happen with this final lock-in.
Oh, let's go.
But I was
Rengar
not
versus Evelyn.
ready for Rengar versus Evelyn.
The 2 one-shot junglers that every solo queue player absolutely hates in a world final. Oh, I'm so ready for this. This is going to be a banger. All right, so bot lane now locked in for Damwon, the Aphelios and the Thresh. This is a very common bot lane that we saw before the huge Aphelios nerfs that happened early on in the year. Thresh has often been considered a pretty good matchup into the Leona, but in this 2 versus 2, you still expect the Jhin to have early push and have a lot of power. We expect a lot of trading and a lot of bullying. So strong side of the map is definitely bot lane. Classic Suning fashion, we're going to see a carry top laner, but it's going to be the Fiora this time in the hands of Bin. What a comp! What a comp from Soon!
Now, super quick, when I look back, Bin has played 5 games of Fiora and only won 2 of them. SOFM, as far as I can tell, has never played Rengar in the LPL, but it was played in 2017 by Levi on the international stage. The trend of VCS junglers surprising and maybe defining what success can look like. Vedius, how do you think Suning's comp will play?
Why do you have to ask me?
Honestly, it's the most unfair question in a world final.
Oh man, like, we'll try and talk about these comps when we get into game, but like, I'm just gonna be honest and say like, this is a little unorthodox from what we've been seeing at Worlds, and I was not prepared for a Rengar versus Evelynn matchup. So let's call this a learning opportunity for everyone, because it's going to be a banger. That's all I can promise.
Now let's see exactly what SOFM, with the help of Bin and potentially Angel with that Syndra, can do. Obviously, execution will result how you at home feel about this pick.
So the thing is, the one thing I can say with certainty is playing side lanes becomes a lot harder when playing against an Evelynn, right? That's just rule number 1. That rule applies to a Rengar as well, because he is just inherently very fast. The moment he ults, he gets to move around the map very quickly, and he can attack side lanes in the same way. So like, this whole map dynamic becomes very like unique compared to what we've seen before, because typically, we've seen a lot of fighting for objectives, 5v5s around the dragons, but what you expect to happen is picks before, and then the objective comes after.
Yes.
So, like, expect to see a lot of Rengar hovering the Fiora in a side lane. You think that she is 1v1? No, that Rengar's going to be looming behind. And also in the early game, expect a lot of pressure to come out from champions like the Syndra and like the Jhin Leona bot lane, because there's a lot of gank setup in mid lane as well. There's no cleanse on the Lucian, which means that if a stun does land, he's going to get one-shot by the Rengar and the Syndra.
Vedius, Syndra, low mobility mage. Jhin, Aphelios, low mobility bot laners. And you've got Evelynn and Rengar. Whoever is able to get ahead could potentially just start to stomp the game.
Wow.
Suning with an early invade right now are contesting. Some damage onto Showmaker early. This will give a small advantage to Angel in the match.
So a couple things to note here. Number 1, Suning doing an early invade onto Evelynn. I like this a lot. Evelynn is at her weakest in the early game. Rengar, not so much, but also you know you have a strong 2v2 in the bot side of the map. The good news for Damwon is that they know that this has happened. That little ward that spotted out the entrance wasn't actually sweeped out by Sword Art, so this means that the immediate response from Canyon can be to go through the top side. Look at the pathing that he took there. I'm just going to quickly draw it on the minimap. He kind of went around this ward, and he was just able to dodge out on that vision, which means that he was not spotted out. So Damwon are actually playing with full information control right now, whereas Suning don't share that level of info.
Now, Canyon, this is only the second time that he's played Evelynn. He played it once during LCK Summer. It was a win. He's going to be able to pick up his red buff, and you can see the map has kind of been split because of that invade. That information you talked about, Vedius, allowing Damwon, and specifically Canyon, to play quite safely with the help of Nogri and Showmaker shoving those waves in.
Exactly that, and I think that Bin recognizes this. Notice that he's just letting the wave being pushed into him. He knows that he is on the weak side of the map because of the potential split. Early level 2 from Suning
Really
in the
good
bot lane.
Damage coming out, that dancing grenade and the chunk onto Beryl, and look at the big wave. So if Beryl sticks around, I don't think they'll go for the dive with the Ignite though, but it is a threat and something to be aware of.
Keep your eyes on the top lane right now. This isn't a huge stacked wave, but Noguri is level 3. Canyon is also around. I don't think he's going to hit level 4 off the back of this. I think that he needs to clear at least one more camp to be able to get that yet.
Minion wave has been cleared out, and you can,
okay, they're not going to go for the dive.
You can feel the tension in our casting already.
Well, I think that it's a pretty safe to assume that the dive doesn't come through because usually a gank doesn't happen before the Scuttle Crab is dead. Scuttle Crab is too important for junglers in the current meta especially to even risk giving it up, which means that with the priority that Suning do have in bot lane, SOFM's likely going to secure that one, and then the same on the top side of the map for Canyon. Now let's see if Suning can get a quick pick here. Barrel.
Barrel will spot out SOFM or vice versa.
Immediate
That's an insta-flash.
Yeah.
Insta-flash from Barrel. That's the right call to do so. While you notice Canyon's on the top half of the map. Also, just quickly to point out, Showmaker, after shoving the wave into Angel, backed, picked up a cull, and is teleported to lane very, very early. So he's sitting on the cull and the corrupting potion, and you'll see Angel with his first back coming in right now.
So he's going to TP back into lane, as you were talking about. One of the other things I did want to note is that we've been seeing a lot of boots on Jins in lane, and the main reason why you run boots and health pots is because you get a lot of effective health by just trading, use the extra movement speed that you have, and then you get to just sustain it back up, which against things like a Doran's Shield doesn't really matter that much, but he's decided to go for the Doran's Blade, knowing that in this 2v2, he just has the advantage when playing up against an Aphelios, and I like the fact that we're seeing this, poise and aggression, because it also gives him a little bit more safety in the 2 versus 2 as well.
I love the way Showmaker is playing that mid lane. He was leaning towards the north. Canyon's going to come in. He had to jump onto Bin. That's a lunge forward. He's going to be flashing towards support. Bin needs to continue chasing, and Canyon looks for a target. So gets the flash out of Noguri and is able to outplay, but I don't think he's spotted Canyon yet. Finally will get the information and realize he needs to back away.
So this is a situation where I think Noguri actually messed up the trade a little bit, because Canyon was looking for a potential gank because Bin was a little bit overextended there, but because Noguri didn't take the trade that he wanted, he was forced to flash out, and that meant that Canyon only used the charm as a zoning method rather than a commitment. So that's not going to play out in Noguri's favor. He now doesn't have his flash, and now I'm going to keep my eye on what SOFM decides to do, because for the vast majority of this early game, it's been about the split map. It's been about basically enabling the bot lane of Huanfeng and Sword Art to just be as aggressive as humanly possible, and now Canyon has made his way bot. Bear in mind, he doesn't have stealth, but they do have the Lantern.
Lantern, Flay, Death Sentence connects onto Sword Art. Defensive flash from Huanfeng. Sword Art has already used his. Now he's running for his life. SOFM is inside the brush, and you see the respect from Damwon. Now, SOFM was on the Mountain Drake, and he's waiting in the wing. Sword Art looking for the cooldowns, and Canyon starts to back away. If Barrel steps forward, he is at risk of getting rooted in place, but will not do so. 1, 2, 3 summoner spells, 4 summoner spells secured on the side of Suning.
So I will say this is actually a little uncommon for Canyon, because typically he is that very farm-focused jungler that prioritizes himself, and he wants level 6 as fast as possible on this Evelynn. But in a situation like this, he realizes that his bot lane is in real danger. He wants to try and get them out of a situation and also offer them the opportunity to reset, crucially, because now you can see the Aphelios gone back to base on the BF sword, and the purpose of that gank was not to get a kill, it was simply to alleviate pressure to allow Ghost and Beryl to reset, get back out onto the map, and now look, he's already in the bot lane, and remember, you ring the barrel. Quick shot, look at where he is right now, already pathing up towards the top side of the map. They recognize that Noguri has a wave that's in a bit of an awkward spot, and he needs assistance, but Canyon needs to clear. So because Canyon can't cover, Beryl takes on those responsibilities, and he's now in a position where he can keep Noguri alive. The Drake goes down, they know exactly where SOFM is, so he now resets, passes his way back to bot lane.
Once the information is gained, Beryl can go back to supporting Ghost in the bottom lane, and you know, a couple more backs have come in. Sorcerer's Shoes picked up by Angel in the mid lane. The Goro build for Bin, he's got himself 3 longswords and a Doran's Blade. 4 of them in his inventory, and the Bramble Vest for Noguri. His flash is about halfway back from cooldown, and you can see Huanfeng as well as Sword Art. They just, you know, flirt with mid lane a little. There's no support, there's nothing else happening, but always showing support to the rest of the lane as the Showmaker has come back into lane with that pickaxe. So a lot more attempt at getting kills and advantages this game in comparison to the previous game, but that is obviously because of the drastically different draft.
So the things that Damwon needed to be concerned about in the early game was the 2v2 in the bot side of the map, while also potentially looking to get early kills onto the Fiora. So the good news for both teams is, number one, Fiora is thriving right now. She is very comfortable. She now is at a point where she should feel stronger against Noguri, even though he's gone for the early Bramble Vest. That just means that he's likely not just going to straight up die in the 1 versus 1. But at the same vein, the bot lane hasn't been punished, right? They've actually been able to get a nice reset on the BF sword. They've actually come away with all of their summoner spells, and they're feeling pretty confident. But now the junglers have hit level 6. This is where things start to get a little bit more interesting, because, of course, you can't ward for Canyon anymore. You have to have a control ward, and there are ways to navigate around that. Meanwhile, SOFM, he can literally just run down a lane and gank you, and the moment Sword Art hits level 6, that gank setup becomes very powerful in the bot side of the map. So the junglers start to make things a little bit more creative and a little bit more interesting. At least that's what I expect over the next few minutes.
I want to talk a little bit about
here it
Canyon
comes.
And the vision, because you need information on Canyon's, camps to really discern where he is. Thrill of the Hunt has been cast here by SOFM. He's going to look for a target. Curtain Call is used as the Lantern will bring Ghost to safety. And despite a couple of shots tagging, I think the important takeaway there is, with nearly no AD on SOFM, he chunked Ghost for around 40% of his hit points with a single leap and savagery combo.
He's actually going for a tank build. Okay, so obviously most Rengars that most people will see is the full lethality one-shot Rengar, but in classic SOFM style, I'm not sure why I really anticipated him to go for any other style. He's the guy that will build tank on pretty much anything because he's very much about playing for his team. So by going for that play in the bot side, what of course it does give is information to Canyon that the Rift Herald is an option for him. So he's going to path up towards top, secure that objective, and that's going to assist Damwon a little bit later on. Meanwhile, he's going to go back and clear his top side, while SOFM is looking to clear his bot side of the map.
Well, let's see how this next few minutes plays out. I do want to take a brief interlude to remind everyone of the Huanfeng. That's where you get into the enemy base, in between their inhibitors, open up on Curtain Call to kill the enemies, when they're at their inner turret. 4-1 on the champion already, a 14 KDA. I mean, he has just popped off on Jin all tournament long. And while he's 0-0-0 for now, you've seen how Huanfeng and Sora have been playing the lane. And he will be one of the people I think that'll combo with SOFM, from range, with that Curtain Call. We've seen that option tried once, even though it didn't net a kill. You can already see how it can work out, and you can combine that with the long-range scan of the week, or if Ben decides to jump in with the Grand Challenge as well.
Sorry, that is true. I just noticed on the minimap, though, control ward, control ward, control ward. Suning's basically said, no, no, Rengar, none of that. We will not be ganked today. And they are just heavily committed towards the bot side of the map. And also, this suggests that they are looking at a potential second Drake contest. The question is whether or not they will actually commit to it, because I think at this point in the game, especially when you go for the Mora mana upgrade on Lucian, you're a little bit weaker in the early game relative to, well, I suppose Syndra, even only on a lost chapter. I suppose both mid laners are actually relatively weak, and it very much depends on the strength of the junglers. So we'll kind of see what both teams are feeling right now. Ghost and Beryl have been able to gain a little bit more control over this side of the map, and a large part of that is because of the vision that we just alluded to. And SOFM not pathing that way. He's going to start heading that way now.
A lot of wards to clear out. I also think the fact that Huanfeng and Sora had to play without wards for a long time, ooh, that is an awful time to pause. As soon as I hear information, I will let you know. But yeah, I think important to call out Huanfeng and Sora out. Of course, they lost all of their summoner spells several minutes ago.
Yep.
And that allows Ghost and Beryl just a little bit more time, a little bit more freedom and safety in that lane.
Canyon is breathing down the neck of Angel right now, and he may have absolutely no idea.
No, none whatsoever. And it is very interesting to see how Canyon is playing this Evelyn. We've already seen some small differences in his approach to the game with the gank down the bottom lane to alleviate pressure, as you alluded to already. It's only the second time that we've seen Canyon on Evelyn this year. And for the time being, neither team has a significant advantage. Love, love, love the Flash Wolves team logo. Huge shout out to the history and legacy the Sword Art is obviously bringing into the game, as we can see the refs on stage talking to the players.
So to kind of recap what's happened so far in this game, like, as I mentioned, the things that both teams needed to be concerned about was from Suning's perspective, they didn't want the volatile lane of the Fiora getting snowballed on, right? She's always going to outscale an Ornn, but the mid game can be very awkward if you put behind early. So when you split the map, of course, one of the dangers is that you can get very heavily punished up towards the top side. And I think that what his rune choice of going for a fleet footwork rather than grasp means that he can sustain off of the minions rather than just constantly looking for trades. So his whole game plan going into the game, and based on what the team is saying, is like, we're not playing around you. If you're going to pick a carry, you have to play safe, because if you fall behind, then it's going to be dangerous. And I think the Bin did a good job on the top side of the map, but the same was applied to Damwon. Damwon wasn't able to play through their bot side of the map because it was split on them, and the 2v2 had to play very safe in the bot side. Now, you kind of can have that perspective of, was Huanfeng and Sword Art not aggressive enough in the bot side, or did Ghost and Beryl actually just play very well in the defensive 2 versus 2? And I think that either way that you look at it, both teams are pretty happy that their core carries were not actually put behind in the early game.
Thank you very much. Of course, that small starter there was because we have found out from our producers that Suning did pause the game. It is related to a microphone issue. League officials are swapping the headset for Huanfeng and getting him back into game, back onto the team comms with the rest of the squad. And one of the things that I'm going to be very interested to see how this game plays out, like to my eyes, when you have an Evelynn or a Rengar that does manage to pick up a couple of kills, or even a Syndra Lucian, to be fair, the kit and the way in which those champions play tends to be a little bit snowbally. If they get a kill, if they maintain vision, if they play and they make the right decisions, they can progress their lead significantly quicker.
Well, so Rengar is one of those champions that I feel, even if you itemize to deal with him, it's still not enough.
So you just hate Rengar.
I really hate Rengar. I really hate it. I was playing Akali into a Rengar, and I saw him, and I thought, if I Shroud, I can avoid it. He one-shot me before my Shroud even came off. But the funny thing is, Evelynn could do exactly the same thing, just in a slightly different way. But the difference is that SOFM is not building one-shot Rengar. He's building tank Rengar. Now, a lot of stuff has just happened.
Oh, we're right back in. We're right back in. Teleports come down to the bottom lane. Flash has been used by Angel. Hopefully, we can find out exactly what. But
no one has died.
No first blood. All right, so brief pause. Huanfeng, he had a problem with his headset. It is fixed. We once again dropped in hot and fast, much like picks and bans. But nothing has happened, and Drake is available.
What we did see was Canyon hovering around mid, and based on some of the spells that suggest that gank was pretty successful. It forced Angel to burn everything. Now they're going for the kill.
Loscares picked up. Canyon gets first blood solo.
He will find that crucial pick, but I don't think it will be converted into the Dragon, but they might not care. They're going to trade this Drake for a potential first tower.
Now, at what cost? First blood goes to, of course, Damwon. The Dragon, number 2, goes to SOFM. And while the Rift Herald got a couple of plates, it didn't secure the tower overall. SOFM is still lingering, and we saw Canyon just starting to back away to his Krugs. So it ends up being a 2,000 gold lead here for Damwon, and here's a replay of the game.
So, this is what we were talking about. Yeah, the instant flash coming out from Angel, showing that respect towards Showmaker and Canyon. He's now forced to play defensively, and this is the invisible pressure that an Evelynn can consistently generate. Meanwhile, in the bot side of the map, we saw quite a lot of action happening as well. It seemed like the Suning tried to counter a play, and we even got the teleport out from Showmaker and Angel towards the bot side of the map to create a lot of action happening. And it ended up actually costing Suning quite a lot. They ended up burning all their summoner spells on the bot side of the map. Huanfeng also ended up dying, which gave Canyon his first kill of the game. Going to be extremely valuable for this Evelynn as the game progresses. And also first items are starting to come through as well. Infinity Edge now finished for the Aphelios. So Damwon once again kind of sitting pretty in this early game.
Yeah, feeling very comfortable with that 2,000 gold lead. Despite the fact Suning have got themselves 2 Drakes, I do think that is crucial. It will at the very least force Damwon's hand, I think, to try and challenge. Or if Suning elects to play a little bit of a side lane type game, the fact that Ben has now completed his first big item return to the top lane, I think the scariness of a Fiora in the side lane with the potential of Rengar backing Fiora up can be another way in which Suning can play through this this game to try to look for an advantage.
Well, I think Suning still have the 4 Drake win condition, right?
Yeah.
They obviously have the first 2 Drakes, and I think that in terms of early control. They're sitting quite comfortably. I kind of wanted to see a little bit more aggression from their 2v2 bot lane. We haven't really seen many roams from Sword Art either, so like, they haven't been able to be as proactive as I think they would have liked to have been in the early game, and now Canyon has hit level 10 on the Evelynn, has the Sork boots completed as well. Both junglers meet.
So much support. Ring the Barrel as he's in the mid lane, helping out on the Herald. SOFM will get support from Sword on Huanfeng. I'm waiting for that Solar Flare, and I was building up for the initiation, but Sword Art held the trigger, chose not to throw it down. He is, of course, the caller and sort of the captain of Suning. Many players actually call him the coach as well. Huanfeng in interviews has said the very same thing. It's great to see Sword Art in his first World Final after years and years and years of attempts and regional success with Flash Wolves within the LMS.
For sure. And we kind of need to see a little bit more from him in this game. Like right now, the pressure's starting to mount. You can see 4 members on their way bot. They're looking to try and secure this tower. Vision is already being invested all across the board. And now Canyon has snuck his way in.
Look at the numbers advantage. Damwon immediate reply. They challenge all the vision that Suning set up. If you've been watching for the entire game, Verius highlighted the control wards much earlier, saying, nope, SOFM, you shall not pass, you shall not go through the tri-bush, you shall not collect first blood. And very similarly, Damwon brute forced their way into the river. Look at the ring of vision towards the Drake. They pick themselves up the first tower, and total gold. Ghost, Showmaker, Canyon. Top 3 in the
But compare Ghost to Huanfeng, and that's the most important thing. There's a 1.3k gold difference. That's basically a BF sword difference. Of course, you don't see it in the itemization, but like, it's a pretty big advantage in the bot lane, and for Damwon, this was the lane that they were most concerned about. Now we see both teams setting up for this Herald.
Herald is going to be the contest. The riposte comes out from Bin. Angel will be the target of the Cully.
Nice.
Sword Art finds Canyon before he can get a caress down. Now Sword Art will be the target. Ghost is able to get on the board with the first kill. That's a leap into a savagery. The bowler strike gets fired out. I think Beryl caught it. There comes the curtain call. Will be tagging one as Bin gets the first kill of the fight, and now all of a sudden Showmaker gets a reply back onto Angel, flashing away as Ghost is the target of Bin. Huanfeng will not be able to find anybody with a deadly flourish. A leap onto Grom from SOFM. He's already burned the flash. Ghost is going low. The lantern to safety. He gets out. Ends up being a 3 for 2.
A lot of cool, clever things coming out from SOFM there, using the Grom to actually stack up his passive, and then he gets the root onto Ghost to force the cleanse out. Good awareness of how to take advantage of that Rengar pick, and that was a pretty big team fight win for Suning. They're going to close the gold gap just a little bit, but I think this was a very aggressive contest from Damwon, because you have to appreciate that Beryl isn't here yet, which means that the immediate collapse onto Canyon was excellently done from Sword Art, and while he does get chunked out initially, this is where Damwon feel that they have the numbers advantage. But here, SOFN then dives onto the bot lane. He's trying to zone them away from the fight, and he's trying to soak up all this damage. Showmaker then commits to trade his life, but then he's then able to get out thanks to the Lantern. Then I love this commitment from Bin as well, because it splits up Damwon once again, and then again you'll see here from SOFM. Gonna land that root by stacking it up on the Gromp, and then he's forced to cleanse out. So big team fight win for Suning. They'll be able to get the Herald, and it looks like that because they're able to reset first on the map, they're gonna get themselves third Drake. So even though they're at a gold deficit, it's kind of similar to last game where their kind of control over the map seems a little bit stronger right now.
0 towers to 1, 3 kills to 3. And this Soul is probably going to be about 2 minutes slower than game 1, but we're on for the same approach. Beryl was looking for a death sentence, unable to find a target, and SOFM is going to jump in. Thrill of the hunt. He's interrupted by the Flare. Canyon will go golden and stay alive a few seconds longer. Get locked up by the Solar Flare. Continues to stay alive as Showmaker manages to outlast the burst from Angel. And as I was waiting for the fight to continue, it just disengages as quickly as it started.
The Hex Drinker from Showmaker really coming in clutch there to mitigate all of the burst that was coming out from Angel. So I feel like SOFM just has one build. But you know what? It works, okay? This man just dives into the face of his opposition and just soaks up damage. His goal is to be a nuisance. He does it on his Lee Sin, he does it on his Shen, he's gonna do it again on his Rengar. He just dives into the backline, and yeah, his jump gets interrupted by Beryl, but it doesn't matter, because his W removes the CC from him, he's able to heal back up, and he's just like, hello, I'm in your face, I'm in your way, focus me. Oh, by the way, my carries are going to kill you.
I actually think when you look at how much mobility has happened this game, the movement and the amount of time multiple members have roamed to top mid bots before 20 minutes in contrast to game 1. we're playing on a Cloud Rift. And I think those little cloud zones are going to open up this gameplay even more. And the thought of Rengar and Evelynn getting quicker into your face on the side lanes, it's going to make how effective Bin can be significantly more important.
Now you'll notice the Banshee's Veil has come through for Canyon because he recognized the amount of crowd control that is locking him down in these fights. And I think that Canyon has to be a lot more patient in these fights. And look what he's doing right now. Pay attention to the minimap. Hovering the Lucian in top lane. This is a very common Evelynn strategy where you just kind of shadow your solo laner so that when the enemy comes to match, you can pick. But again, SOFM gets to do exactly the same thing on the Rengar. Yes. He's going to spot him out with the ultimate. He's hovering around and now he's covering for Angel. And this is what we talked about in draft. Both champions can do exactly the same thing where they just cover for their solo lanes, and that Evelynn becomes a lot less scary when it's not a 1v2, it's actually a 2v2.
On the assumption SOFM is reading the play, as long as he's there, of course, that's the important thing. So the information, the warding, very crucial. We caught a quick glimpse there of Bin, and something that I didn't get time to really celebrate. Bin's riposte to block the Allure from Evelynn in that previous fight, the reaction speed was fantastic. He's 1-0-2 on Evelynn, getting close to a Trinity Force.
You ran on the Fiora.
And
Fiora.
Sorry, Fiora. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. On the Fiora. And it's absolutely terrifying to think what a Fiora in a side lane can do. But Suning is still down 2.5k gold. So they do need to play around this next dragon. And they do need to find a way to deal with Ghost, who is getting a little closer to 2,000 years.
Ghost is the scariest point of Darmon's comp right now. I think that the thing is, Darmon, if they kind of just get to play their front-to-back teamfight comp, I think this is like the best position for them. Huanfeng against, on the Jhin against an Ornn is not going to melt him at the same speed as an Aphelios is just going to melt through this comp from Suning. So I'm really curious as to how Suning are going to play out these fights. I think they need to look for a pick just like this.
That's a root, scatter the weak, unleashed power.
Excellent.
SOFM had Thrill of the Hunt and he was waiting. I think Showmaker used the blast cone into the river and unfortunately ran into SOFM. Call of the Forge God knocks up Huanfeng. He had flash. He didn't flash away. He gets caught, gets locked up, gets killed. But now the rest of Suning are arriving. Nogri's going to be the first target. That's a fantastic stun onto Beryl. The re-engage from Sword Art with the Zenith Blade. Beryl stays alive thanks to the stopwatch for a few extra seconds and somehow Sword Art survives. Nogri continues to tank for days. There's not enough damage just yet for Suning to burn through the Ornn, and Ghost remains untouched. 50% of his HP not at death threat yet. And somehow that Ornn held all of the LPL back.
Yes, that was a really good choke point for Nogari to hold the line because he made it impossible for Bin to actually dive onto the back line. And so these are the picks that we were talking about from Suning. This is exactly what they wanted to find. And you could argue there was a bit of a greedy path from Showmaker to go through the river rather than the long way around, but either way, he gets caught out of position. Looks like we're not going to get a replay of the fight, but I liked that Ghost used his ultimate when he had the purple gun. So he had the root to guarantee the knockup from Nogari. That meant that they could guarantee the kill, but it also meant that they were stuck underneath the tower. So this meant that Suning could look for a collapse, but then great patient play from Darmon allowed them to just disengage from that situation and able to escape with their lives. Now, a lot of summoner spells are gone. Ghost doesn't have his ultimate. Oh, but Sword Art definitely does.
Beryl was able to escape with the help of the Mikhails, manages to escape Ghost, Flash and Cleanse available to him. And remember that mid lane engage in tower fell 10 seconds before the Cloud Drake spawns. This is the sole point. And Suning want to pick it up. Here comes Huanfeng, curtain call available to him.
Look at what Fiora's doing in the bot lane, completely zoning Nogari out of the fight. He's saying, no, 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 you don't get to go past me. Canyon's going to come down and try and help him out.
But there's a lot of damage being chunked down onto Bin. Nogari, 2.5k HP. Now he's going to peel back. Call of the Forge God, a few seconds away. Sword Art looking for the Shield of Daybreak. Oh, the Zenith Blade, he's holding on to it. Canyon is coming in from behind. He's got access to the last caress. He's looking for a target, and Angel forced to flash away to save his life. Sword Art will be the sacrificial support for Suning, and Damwon get their first dragon.
And once again, patient team fighting from Damwon allows them to come out on top, and they will be able to buy more time and secure themselves the fourth Drake of the game. They now have their eyes set on the Baron. Nogari more than capable of tanking this one up as well. And look at the guns the Ghost has. The chakrams are ready to fly. He's going to throw that one down, and they're just going to melt through this Baron.
They will melt this one really, really quickly. No flash available
Suning
for SOFM. There is, of course, some vision being caught out. Death Sentence will connect onto SFM. He's charging up the bar. Bin has teleported into the top lane, 5,000 HP. The red buff is used to throw in. Barrel gets blown up by the ultimate, but there goes Showmaker. He's got one already. He gets a second onto Huanfeng. And the SFM is in trouble, but the Baron has been stopped. Bin is being helped out, and the spit from Baron picks up the kill onto Nogari. Two members of Suning start to back away, and Swordart's got a solar flare available. If Damwon can get behind these three, that solar flare can do work. But crucially, the LPL have stopped the Baron.
I think the biggest thing there was Beryl. His positioning was not ideal. You can understand that he was trying to zone Zuning away from the fight, but I think that that's not what he achieved. He ended up just dying and costing his team a lot. When we get the replay, we can actually break down exactly what happened. And I think the red buff was my favorite part of it, when Angel used it to actually set up the play. So here we can see it, Beryl trying to zone SOFM away, but he's then just going to lock them down. Then the Jin W comes through as well. He tries to lantern in his teammates, but he doesn't actually come through on the backline. He gets shut down. Then, of course, Ghost and Showmaker are able to eliminate Huanfeng, but on the other side, Bin is 1v2 against Canyon and Nogari, and you can see that he quite easily wins that setup. So Suning, in a numbers disadvantage, are actually able to come out on top, which shouldn't have been the case. So Damwon misstepping there, perhaps trying to go for a little bit more than they could, and a slight misstep in terms of the execution allows Suning to keep the game going.
And they really do. It's still a 2,500 gold lead. Bin's going to jump here on and gets the kill!
Ooh. That right there is what we call an LPL Fiora, baby. Beautifully done from Bin. Procs the vitals almost immediately and is able to find a big kill. Now they can set up for a siege onto the tier 1 tower.
The amount of damage coming out, 302 for Bin's Fiora. I believe it was the last pick as well, if I recall correctly. And it's so far working out. Death Sentence connects onto Swordart, Call the Forge God from Nogari, prevents or removes any further engage. That will be a counter kill for Damwon. Now SOFM is in trouble. Death Sentence sidestep, beautifully done by Style of Me. He's looking for the re-engages. Here comes Bin! He's found Ghost! Ghost forced to flash defensively, gets locked up and rooted by the Boulder Strike and survives for now with that Molten Edge. Huanfeng is now trying to chase down Canyon, who's flashed defensively himself. Get the reload, get the shot. That's number 3. Shot number 4 is available. Death Sentence onto SOFM. He's going to use the Battle Roar to escape. Jump forward, land the savagery, but he cannot follow up with more.
Oh, wow, what a fantastic series. We have got non-stop fighting, and it feels like they never swing in either team's direction. Just so many outplays happening across the boards, and it was Canyon that tried to dive onto the backline to get that kill onto Angel, but he couldn't actually shut him down. And the moment that he was revealed, he was quickly executed by Huanfeng. Meanwhile, all of the summoner spells were used from Ghost and Beryl to peel Bin off the backline, and there is no traditional front-to-back team fight here. Quick shot, it is chaos. It is all about the better positioning, and here we can see things start off initially, and this is where Ghost immediately cleanses. Oh my god, what a beautiful bowler strike. If it weren't for that exhaust, he could very well have died at the hands of Bin there. But you can see Canyon tried to dive onto the backline as well, and he just didn't quite land the damage, which meant that Huanfeng was able to clean up that kill on the back end. Of course, SOFM died as well, and you can see that Damwon, they do have the clear gold advantage, and a lot of that is sitting on top of Ghost. That is where the gold difference is. He's 2 levels above Huanfeng. He has 2 kills to the 1-3 scoreline of Huanfeng. He has a whole item completed over him. Like, it is between the 2 AD carries, but Bin is the power point. He's the one with 3 items, and he can take out Ghost alone.
Just before we carry on, 40 seconds until the next Dragon, or I may not even get a chance yet. Ghost, of course, is really the difference maker here on Damwon since he's joined the squad. I'll get to that story later as the curtain is called. Bin looking for the engage from the back. He's going to jump forward. First kill on to Ghost. Now the tower will fall immediately after. Scatter the weak, stuns everyone. Call of the Forge God for the re-engage. That's Angel knocked up. Flash is not available. He's taken out by Showmaker. And the melee in the mid lane as there's already another kill onto Sword Art. There goes Showmaker as well. Bin is dashing and diving forward, looking for the vitals and plunging himself into Damwon. But the CC chain from Nogari takes him down. SOFM and Huanfeng, they're still sticking around. They've got minions to play with. 3 seconds until that Cloud Drake, and the call is to back away.
Towers mean nothing to Suning. The fact that they committed to that fight is just crazy. SOFM now trying to zone Canyon and Nogari away as Huanfeng looks to solo the Drake. Who else is on the way? Beryl is on the warpath. Ghost is going to be respawning soon.
He's got one more shot. SOFM, a full bar underneath. This is for the soul. Huanfeng reloads. 1, 2, throws out the grenade. Fire shot number 2. The dragon's going low. It's picked up by Suning. They get themselves the soul. But
They win the fight.
That's a flash forward. Huanfeng gets Canyon. Now Nogari's left inside the pit. Barrel's got no damage. SOFM steps back into the bush. Jumps onto Nogari. Jumps onto Barrel. Does it again. A multi-man stun once again from Angel. Barrel will be able to find the death sentence. That almost shots down Angel. But there won't be enough from the Moonlight Vigil. And here comes SOFM looking for Barrel. Suning get the soul.
There is a reason that he has style in his name, as he is styling all over Damwon with this Rengar pick. Suning with a huge team fight, securing the soul, will make the way to the Baron, and Bin's looking for another kill.
It's not over. Showmaker goes down. Bin finds a solo kill. Vedius, you've said it already. This is an LPL Fiora. Suning and Shanghai erupt. As the soul is secured, they peel back for the Baron. It's not done yet. Barrel will get caught up by that Zenith Blade, and here comes Canyon over the wall, throwing out hate spike after hate spike. I don't think you want this fight, Vam, as Bin will melt you where you stand. The Baron is secured, and Suning will gain control for now.
Discipline has been the name of the game for Damwon consistently throughout this tournament, and even in this game there has been a lot of it. But when you get down into the chaos, it is Suning's homegrown turf. The way in which they're able to play these small skirmishes, playing under this level of pressure, is where we get to see some of the best from this Suning squad. And just look at how much damage SOFM is tanking up, using the brushes to keep diving into the backline. His positioning is always great, and you know, I had question marks around this tank Rengar build, but this is its purpose, to just be obnoxious, to buy time, and to secure that smite was huge for the side of Suning.
SOFM coming from the VCS, making a statement with Suning, and they are now in the lead for now. They've got the Cloud Stomp, they've got Baron Empowered minions, but they still need to get through the rest of the base. It's only 3 towers apiece. They will find themselves a stun onto Nogari. He'll be rooted in place from a deadly flourish. But look at that, 3, 4 members chipping away. Nogari does survive a very long time. Look, Cloud Soul plus Rift plus Thrill of the Hunt.
He is the fast Quake Shot, and meanwhile Bin is just pushing in the bot lane, level 18. No one can stop this Fiora. He's even grabbed himself a Warden's Mail to mitigate some of the damage that's coming out from the double AD carries. You imagine that he's going to convert that into a Randuin's, remove some of that crit threat, but like, now Suning is in the driver's seat. They have the gold advantage, they have the Baron buff. Items have come in from across the board, and even with the Ornn upgrades, I don't think it's going to be enough to stop Suning.
I really like how they're playing this as well. Now the dive comes in. That's the engage from Bin and SOFM. They'll kill off Barrel. With the Baron Empowered minions, thanks in the mid lane, they'll secure that one as well. And now they continue on the siege onto the inhibitor turret. 5 versus 4, 30-second death timer for Barrel. Moonlight Vigil's available for Ghost, but he's waiting for the right gun. And Nogari is sitting on that Call of the Forge God. If they don't blow up Huanfeng, SOFM, or Bin, really, I don't know if they can even win the fight.
I think Canyon needs to get a slightly deeper flank right now, because his flank is too shallow. Suning is too ready for it, and he's not going to have any access onto the backline, which means that Suning can just keep walking in. He's not going to take that risk, and Suning, they're going to break the inhibitor. They're looking to take a game off of Damwon. They're looking to give us more games in this series.
Even out the series at 1-1. Now they do need to get to the Nexus. The Baron will time out in 10 seconds, and the Red Bull Baron power play will cap at 4,200 gold right now. This is a tangible, meaningful, and important lead with 2 minutes until Elder. Think about how much damage this team comp has already, Mr. Day. Now add the Elder Burst Assassination in combination with Syndra or Fiora or Rengar. That can be the final nail in the coffin for this game.
Whew. Man, it's just been such a... Like, I can't even really grasp how we even got to this point, because it feels like we've had so many crazy team fights and skirmishes that were actually so close. And the deciding point was actually just a 2 versus 3 at Drake, which then immediately converted into a Baron.
That was after, what, a 5 versus 5 around
Mid,
River.
that was
you know?
just after another 5v5.
Right.
Like, it's just been a crazy game, and we saw a similar sort of path last game, but it was Dom1 that kind of maintained control of the objectives, and this time Suning invested more into a stronger bot side of the map, and now they're looking for a fight.
All right, heal used by Huan Feng. He's got the flash as well. Zenith Blade will find a target. Scout of the Week will not just yet. Here comes Bin. As Dom1 on the full retreat. SOFM hops over the wall, finds himself a route to Nagri. That means he cannot interrupt anyone else. He's being chipped away, melted. He's done, he's dead. That's it, Canyon's finished as well. SOFM hops forward, Ghost flashes defensively and rooted in place. Bin sends him packing. Ghost gets caught out, that's the Quadra. Looking for it, Bin will pick it up. Get the pentakill for Bin. And Suning Gaming in the World Championship Final. LPL Fiora, Suning step up, and with Rengar in Game 2, even out the series.
This is the LPL Fiora that we have heard so much about. My word, the pentakill at the end there for Bin really just sums up this series. It's just been nothing but skirmish after skirmish. That final team fight was just great patient play. Like the use of the Syndra ultimate to then set up for the stun, the Fiora diving onto the backline. Like, Dom1 had no answers. We were excited to see this Lucian and Evelynn combo, and in the early game they found a couple picks, but they weren't actually able to snowball off the back of it. They weren't able to make those fights work, and the Rengar answer to be able to match on side lane
was exceptional.
SOFM's brain is too big for us mortals to comprehend.
Style of me. I'm trying to remember what Lyric said during Countdown. Was that Suning were the B-sides, the alternative second record when you look at them in the LPL. When you see a Rengar Fiora, if that isn't the definition of an experimental second record, and to bust it out in Game 2 of the finals, I mean, that is incredible. Look, Suning's Mercedes drive to victory, it was the Cloud Soul fight, and I'm hoping that this will be that 2 versus 3. But you could pick any of the skirmishes, any of the fights throughout this game, because it was literally bonkers.
So in this situation, Dom1 know the barrel is on his way. But the problem is, it's an AD carry plus a tank Rengar, so there's just more damage as long as Huan Feng positions well. Canyon gets a little too close to Huan Feng, and then the smite comes down from SOFM. And then notice, flash in, immediate execute, and now they know, oh, well actually, we now have the damage advantage. And just great use of the bushes from SOFM to just keep tanking up the damage. The constant spam of the W to keep his health high. Just really well played.
Really, really well done. And I think when you consider the intensity of these skirmishes and just how many moving pieces there are and how non-traditional they sort of are, it was great to see Suning execute very well. Bounce back. That evens out our series at 1-1.
I mean, so it's funny because I was like, Dandy's Rengar back in the day was obviously very iconic, and like he even has a world skin for his Rengar, right? And like that's the last time we saw like one of those world-class Rengars, and now to get to see it from SOFM, it's just like, especially in the legacy of Dandy's fantastic jungle years, so like it's really cool. It's really
absolutely is. This is League of Legends, and as we go to a break, there's something special we'd like to share for those of you who've always wanted to dive into the lore of Runeterra. From Riot Forge and Airship Syndicate, a new cinematic trailer for Rune King in League of Legends Story, the single-player turn-based RPG coming to PC and consoles in early 2021.
This is my kingdom. This is my domain. You can't take it from me. Greatest you've ever seen. You remember my name. I rise like the red sun.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Zone. I'm here with Kobe to break down Suning's win. We just came off of seeing Bin pull off a pentakill on that Chinese Fiora. Kobe, what are your first reactions from that game?
So hyped for that. You know, you don't want to see another 3-0 finals, so already we're looking good.
I love it. I love it. Of course, one of the big changes coming in to this game was the draft. We saw the priority on the Evelynn go up from Canyon, and then immediately we see SOFM pick up this Rengar. But it wasn't the Rengar you used to sing in solo Kiyo. It was the SOFM classic, right, with that tank build, which seems to be just his go-to now on a lot of these, you know, damage-dealing champions. He still likes to go for the Knight's Found Visage.
Yeah, Ender and I knew exactly what we wanted to talk about for this game as soon as we saw it. Conqueror build here for Rengar is SOFM classic. He goes tank builds on a lot of champions people don't associate with tank builds, so he can survive in the fights longer, build up his Conqueror stacks, and be a nuisance for that back line. Cooldown reduction is also really good on Rengar because it helps you build up your ferocity for either offensive or defensive use, and you can see him use both statistics there in these different team fights that we have built up. Plus, Rengar overall, if we look at the entire team conks for both of these teams, is very good versus Evelynn pick because your ultimate you can scatter out and counter her flanks. Plus, they do have split push built into their team comp with the Fiora, so you get to still pick people off. You get to accelerate the Fiora and build up Bin to be able to get a pentakill, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, you saw a lot of those great synergies when it comes to like rushing the 40% CDR2. The Empowered W is going to give you even more healing on that Rengar with the Visage 30% healing increase. Spamming out more Empowered E's for the roots in fights can be a really big threat going onto the backline for the enemy team. And like you're saying with Bin, if you put the Knight's Vow on Bin, that man is dealing so much damage on the Fiora 2 that it can make for a very, very tanky Rengar pick. And I think that overall, it ended up working. They were able to use Rengar to find picks as the side laners from Damwon were actually rotating between lanes and able to knock them down. And it ended up making it so that SOFM and the rest of the team were able to get a lot of these early Drakes and fight for the Cloud Soul early.
Yeah, especially that Cloud Soul Smite, you know, him surviving with the added defenses of the build and being able to get off another W and land that Smite was critical and almost, you know, picture perfect.
Yeah, I wanted to take a look at the fight that led up into this moment where they were able to pick up the Cloud Soul. Now, this is like one of the second times we're seeing this replay here because it was so crazy from Suning, right? The mid lane outer turret is still up. That makes it really hard to actually end up forcing around the dragon. You know, you don't really have pressure coming in through mid as long as that turret does stand. And already right from the start, you're going to see sort of the flank and the important members on the enemy team, right? Bin is over here showing down up against Showmaker, trying to force him out and look for a flank himself, while you also see that Syndra is going to be on the bottom side. So it's a bit of a pincer maneuver to start things off for Suning as they look for this attack. Double roots go down onto Barrel's Thresh. He has to Michaelis himself pretty instantly, but now that stealth or that survivability tool is gone. Sword Art comes in and absolutely destroys the AD carry. So it's a bit of a bait and switch as they went onto the support first, and then once the peel tools are down, of course, it all gets turned around. Now it's a really good hook that lands onto Angel. Bin, though, so insanely tanky on this Fiora with being able to pop the ultimate on that fight as well. You can see actually, if you check it out, the Knight's Vow is attached to Bin as well. So it helps him out, absorbing a lot of the damage going onto that Fiora. And from this point, Kobe, it seemed like Damwon were able to turn around the fight by shutting down Bin and that it wouldn't really go too far from there.
Yeah, and then we get some follow-up as well, where he's able to go over to the Dragon. We'll see the massive sustain here. Onflung starts it out, starts to burn it on down, and you'll see, even with the threat of Evelyn coming up in a lot of these chunks, he's able to stay at the Dragon. You see him saving his full ferocity right now. That full ferocity is saved for the defensive capabilities we were setting up earlier. He waits until the CC lands. He uses it for maximum heal there, survives, gets it, as well as killing the Evelyn. And then you get your thumbs up, and we get to see some of the aftermath. We also highlighted how SOFM, this style that he plays with a lot of tanky builds, is often paired with a Conqueror rune. And when you have that extra survivability of a tanky build, you stack it up and you get a lot of healing and a lot of extra damage through the duration without actually having to build those damage items.
Yeah, in those long fights, he's obviously going to be doing so much damage. It was cool towards the end, too, trying to see Nagri actually step in front of the Evelyn and make sure the Rengar ultimate didn't spot her out to try and escort her to the pit. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. The W healing, like you mentioned, was good enough for Suning to take that dragon, take that fight, and eventually go on to win the game. Thanks, Kobe, for joining me for this analysis. And while we wait for Game 3, listen to Take Over on Spotify League of Legends official playlist during the Spotify song break.
I got the height of a lion. I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. Up and through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead and born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by
Not here, not that.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
we at the top again, now would below the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strapping for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoiler out the head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶着，时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we will be covering picks and bans for game number 3. Damwon chose red side, and as I believe we are already into those picks and bans, so we will pull them up as fast as possible. It is 1-1, all tied up in this world final. And Yamato said something in the green room before we headed up for his picks and bans. You said, I'm so excited. We're doing picks and bans for Suning, and things just don't apply like they usually would. You can get counter-picked, it doesn't matter. They might still pick it. You can pick something that wouldn't necessarily work, they're still gonna pick it.
Yeah, it's all about that comfort that we talked about at top of day, and it does make drafting at Suning an absolute nightmare. Imagine Damwon losing to Tank Rengar and a Fiora composition. At that point, you're like, okay, get me on red side, get me these counter picks, and already out of the board, you can see that they're starting to pinch things like the Camille. I think that Suning, while Graves has been kind of like the big go-to priority pick on blue side, as well as the Lucian if it's left open, Angel hasn't shown the Lucian yet, and Suning have been showing that they've been willing to look across the Graves and actually prioritize something like a Jhin. So an Ashe being banned away makes me feel like this is going to be a very heavy Jhin priority first pick for Suning.
Also, I'm looking at the fact that Damwon chose red side. It's very good for Damwon that they won the first game on blue, because thinking about what Nuguri can do, what his potential is, this is the moment to showcase it, because I think they should leave that last pick for him in order to counter-pick Ben and put himself in a position where he can potentially be the one that has a Ben performance.
Yeah, I mean, 2 games of Ornn so far. We want to see something different out of Nuguri.
So I do have some questions here. The Leona's the final ban. Now, it's not just the Graves that's left open. The Nidalee is also left open. And I think that was what the conversation was going to be. I expected Nidalee to actually hit the ban bench. So the fact that she was let through means that Jhin could now actually be locked in on the other side for Damwon here, as we're starting to see very clear champion priority. Another reminder, banned from blue side in the Lucian. Angel isn't willing to grab it.
I think they're just going to look to trade the Jhin Graves, but I guess they can pick that later. Something that is important to note, the champions that usually synergize super well with Nidalee, the Renekton, Camille top, and of course the Twisted Fate, the Leona as well, although these are banned, so letting Nidalee go, I think there's something that you can play around with, the idea that the enemy needs to pick Graves on 3. Maybe they pick top lane already here, 2-3, because it's going to be hard to counter pick it already there on 3rd, because they need to pick Graves.
And you're always, I know, very high on synergy. Don't just pick the things because they might just fit by themselves. Make sure you have synergy between your lanes.
And right now we're not getting out of that. It seems like it's going to be a pretty skirmish heavy, every man for themselves, high agency on all of them. We expected setup to be available. Yamato was just talking about, you know, with a Nidalee, those champions that provide hard CC and setup, Renekton, Camille, Leona, Ashe, Twisted Fate, things like that are all
You said
gone.
comfort, well, hey.
I think right now Suning is asking the question, are you going to pick the Graves? How deep is your champion pool, Nuguri? Because you need to pick Graves on 3, and we're going to be able to ban 2 additional champions that might be counters into the Jax Akali. Or you're just going to go for the Lulu? You're just going to go for the Lulu? Is that what you're going to do, Nuguri, against me? That just carried the game and pentakilled? Maybe that's the case.
Oh, I love it. The call out to the pentakill, the first one in a Worlds final ever. That's got to give you some confidence, and there we go.
And like Yamato was saying, now you get to pinch the pools even farther to make sure that you can create necessary strong sides of the map. If that means that you throw more bans at the top side to make sure that Ben is just going to get to thrash whoever goes up there, or if you start sculpting something like your bot lane. Other big high priority picks are obviously going to be the support pool, and again, finding necessary setup.
You know, what's sad is from a point of view of if I just remove name tags, Ornn is still pretty good here.
Yeah.
That's what's so sad. So there is still a chance that Ornn might just get picked. And I know that it's easy to get carried away after a game like that where Ornn got annihilated and, the Jax and the Fioras are all over the place. But looking at the things that usually work, Ornn is still a fine pick here.
And that's why I think last game was so important, because it finally kind of broke the better team fighting top laner. Ornn versus Fiora. Everyone's going to say that Ornn is the better team fighting top laner, and a lot of these team fights are being decided by the top lane champion. But the fact that Suning won the last game with a performance with a champion like Fiora, I think can flip the entire series on its head.
So the idea is just to remove all the supports and just fourth pick Pantheon, but I don't know if it is the right idea here to leave the Ezreal, because Ezreal is going to be that champion that is going to tie this composition together, give you something to always play for with that 2-core power spike.
There's a lot of question though on kind of what Sword Art will reach for next. If someone is having a weak series on the side of Suning so far in 2 games, it is going to be Sword Art. So if it is the Pantheon like you're talking about, after banning away the Bard and the Thresh, although leaving it for last pick to make sure that Beryl and Ghost can get the stronger 2v2, like, where does Sword Art actually go from here? Probably still prioritizing a heavy engaged champion like the Set, but he's been really running out of options, and even on his big pick of Leona, he hasn't looked that strong.
And it's not a counter pick for the top lane. It is the Kennen, which we've seen from Nagore before, betting all in on those team fights as well.
To be fair, the Kennen matchup should be good into Jax, but Ben's Jax is just something else. He won against Renekton, he won against Ornn, he's doing things that, maybe he's gonna go Halo Blades and win against a Kennen, I don't know. On paper, this should be super winning against Kennen, but I don't know what to trust anymore. Alistar blind pick, I think, is quite dangerous. I'm hoping Beryl is ready to play Gragas.
The nice thing about Alistar, especially LPL Alistars, in this case an LMS Alistar, is how it works against Kennen. If Kennen comes in and if Sword Art's on point, he just needs to play goalkeeper and just kick that little rat straight out of it, and then also Baron defense. If Suning are ever in a position where from blue side they get control over the Baron pit, LPL Alistars love to stand on the back of the Baron pit and again play goalkeeper. It's something that these teams run again and again, so watch Sword Art's positioning when it comes to those big Baron fights.
Well, we've got a goalkeeper in the Alistar and an Ezreal who has a cool football skin, and as you said, is going to be the Ezreal. So why does Ezreal round out this comp so well?
Because Ezreal is never weak. He's always going to be strong. He's always going to give you something to play for. He's going to be able to, cover a lot of distance. He's going to be able to gain a lot of mid control. Braum last pick is surprising, but I guess Braum or Sets, I would love Sets, yeah.
I think it also then empowers the fact that they don't have a lot of CC built into their composition, so adding something like a Braum is going to help sprinkle that CC around. So far in Suning's comp, really great breakpoints on 1 and 2 items especially. Then you do have hyperscaling in the form of the Jax playing a 1-4 and being very safe with the Ezreal. On the other side for Damwon, this is a very front-to-back, team-fight-oriented composition with really strong, high 2v2 jungle mid.
Looking at Damwon's composition, I think early game is going to be super, super easy for them. If they manage to snowball, this game is going to be fine, but some of the items that Suning can buy, Mercuries, they have very, very slippery champions in Akali and Jax. If these champions get ahead, it's over, but Damwon need to snowball from minute 1.
It's also so hard just to kill Sword Art late game.
It is. We do have a little bit more time, even though that was a great final thought. Yeah, we're still going to wait. But what is so cool about this is because of the last game and because of Suning winning with champions that aren't necessarily the ones they're supposed to win with, all of a sudden you have a whole different playing field in these picks and bans.
It's just so crazy because SOFM in this particular game is going to have a very, very tough job ahead of him because he has Jackson to Kennen top, doesn't have Prio. Akali against Syndra, doesn't have Prio on mid. Bottom is Alistar support, no Prio at all. If Canyon finds opportunities to invade and snowball early, then super cool. But if SOFM finds a way to solve this puzzle, then it's going to be a crazy game.
He throws the puzzle out of the window. That is what SOFM does.
Cinderhawk Nidalee, yes.
Yes, that's what he does. So let's see what happens. Fantastic drafts on both sides. We're going into game 3. So Trevor and Vedias, take it away.
Thank you so much. We're jumping into game 3. Suning bounced back after a loss in the very first game of the World Championship final. The winner here will be on match point. 2 Nexuses is all it takes to be crowned the 2020 World Champion.
So far from Suning, We have seen LPL Fiora.
Yes.
We have seen Radar Rengar.
Yes.
And now we get to see the Angel of Death
Whoa.
on his special Akali champion. We'll talk about that in a second. Oh my word. So I first wanted to talk about how Angel is often not put in a position to carry, but when he does, he has a phenomenal performance. His Akali is really terrifying. Kobe has already called him the Angel of Death once, and I'm hoping we get to see it once again today. And it's going to be really exciting to watch. But let's now talk about this Omni Stone.
Which one? How about both?
So, SOFM loves throwing me curveballs.
Yes, he does. He's not making this easy for you, Mr. Day.
So I will say the Omnistone Jax is a little bit more understandable, a little bit more.
Yeah,
so
you use
I
that
think
loosely.
so I think that first thing I'm going to do is you should always default to trust, especially with teams in the World Final. And I think that one of the main reasons as to why you run things like Omnistone into range matchups, we saw it from Wonder when he played Sion into the Lulu. I think that many top lane champions can actually take advantage of a wide array of the runes that you are given, and it seems to me that he feels that there's no real value of taking something like a Conqueror because he won't be able to fully stack it up, perhaps against a Kennen, or perhaps he doesn't feel that the Hail of Blaze doesn't offer that value, so he's like, why not just take a little bit of everything into a matchup where it feels like that there is no solid, strong answer to it. So I think I understand it in the top lane. In the jungle, I'm a little bit more confused. Typically, you expect something like a Dark Harvest when running in Italy. That's usually the most common. And to be fair, we haven't even seen that many Nidalees so far this tournament because of how often they're banned. I mean, like, look, he's just able to proc the Electric Q off of his Q plus E combo. He's now going to grab himself the Phase Rush. Like, yeah, I don't know what dark technology SOFM has concocted, but, you know, we'll have to wait and see. It's another learning opportunity for us.
Look at this. Bin, level 2, jumps in again. And just a quick reminder, in case you missed the previous matchup, that Bin was able to pick up the very first pentakill in World Finals history. Game 1 was incredibly close between these two teams. Game 2 with the Rengar, the Radar Rengar into Evelynn. And now we get ourselves double Omnistone. And what I love about the draft as well, Nidalee first pick into then Jax and Akali. And Canyon will be jumping in, double buff. We'll get down the smoke screen, below 100 HP, sidestep from end of the line, underneath the tower, one shot and two! Canyon on the board with first blood.
Big mistake there from Bin and good pathing from Canyon. The risk of SOFM starting on top side and pathing towards bot is that he's not there to cover what is a very volatile matchup, and Bin just held his flash a little bit too long, so Damwon already off to a very strong start as Canyon will draw first blood.
Very, very nicely done. 600 gold the lead already. Canyon will be sticking around in the top half, pick up that scuttle as we caught a glimpse there as SOFM picking up on the bottom. And the headbutt, I think, actually pushed Ghost a little bit out of the range of that Mystic shot. Good damage onto Beryl. The reply, though, on the exhaust flash traded. Ghost will need to reload and ends up being a flash for an exhaust.
So the problem here for Huanfeng and Sword Art is that Ghost has a huge sustain advantage. Remember we talked about this earlier on in the series where when you're running boots plus health pots, the large reason as to why you do it is because you want to trade. So when Huanfeng commits to a trade like this, he's now the one at a disadvantage because he's only got the BF sword left versus the 4 health pots that are still available on Ghost's side.
Good damage from Angel onto Showmaker, playing very aggro as you saw Showmaker low on mana. So the possibility of reply plus SOFM had just happened to shadow that lane. Bin has already lost his flash from the previous gank. There's no support from anyone on the side of Damwon Gaming, and SOFM's making his way up. Wait for the minion line to move its way through and look for a long-range javelin. That's one of the options. Or wait to see what happens with the Lightning Rush, and of course then try to target him. But instead, SOFM backs away. So it seems to be a little bit of a split map as far as the junglers are concerned, and as Showmaker pushes forward, Canyon's able to invade. Good damage onto Angel's Akali in the mid lane.
So, while Angel's Akali is very well known, or at least has been so far in this tournament, Showmaker's Syndra is also very well known. When he played against Captain's Akali, he pressured so much in the laning phase. He was zoning the enemy Akali away from so much farm, generating a huge amount of harassment and just forcing the enemy Akali to burn teleport very early. And also now, look, he's pushing the wave, he's going to get a free recall. He already burnt his teleport earlier, but it doesn't matter. So now he's at a huge item advantage. There's only the Merc Tread sitting on top, and he's playing this matchup extremely well.
So much damage from Bin. Gets the leap strike, empowered auto, as well as that stun.
So I will say that Bin is definitely playing this 1v1 very well. If it weren't for that early gank that came out from Canyon, this matchup would have been a little bit better for him. But notice as well, Beryl now roaming in through the mid lane. He knows that the wave is stacking up. The risk of a gank isn't high, but he just wants to be there to cover a potential setup and also just kind of make his way through the river and kind of check up on the river vision, see if there's anything that he can
It's
offer.
another check-in that as the lane setup could show risk, you ring the barrel. Here comes SOFM, this time around level 6. Tempest will go down, Javelin Toss flashed away from, so that will count as a successful gank. And Noguri has already been under a lot of trouble, even with the level advantage. Didn't quite have enough damage to pick up the kill. I think the fact he just swapped over to the Ignite, though, may want to look for a second try.
So you can see that SOFM now in a great spot towards the top side of the map. Hang on, Angel and Canyon hovering around. So again, like a lot of this series, we've actually been seeing Canyon cover for his lane. So usually throughout this tournament, we've just been seeing him focus on his jungle matchup, whereas Beryl would then be the one to cover. But here, the moment Angel gets a little bit aggressive, Canyon's like, nope, I'll be here to cover, I'm here to offer assistance. And he actually mitigates any of the early pressure that Angel is looking to set up now that he's hit that level 6 mark.
And then we see how Angel can play that. He's already played very, very aggressive, very, very forward into the face of Showmaker. And if nothing else happens here between SOFM and Noguri, just a very quick reminder that Angel and Akali, 2-0, 7 KDA, plus 800 gold difference at 15 minutes. And he pops off. And for Angel as a player in his journey, especially in the series against Top, seeing him step up and shine on that pick was fantastic, because as a player, he does tend to fall back and do what the rest of the team needs.
He's a big team player.
Yes.
Like, I think that he is willing to sacrifice waves so that he can roam and support his team. And I think that when we look at the team dynamic, you're often talking about jungle and top lane, but I think that Angel, when he's put in a position to carry, can definitely do so. But now we see both carry junglers contesting over this blue buff. The Syndra does get to move, and a just quick smite still coming out from Canyon will allow him to secure that one. So kind of early jungle advantages going in the favor of Canyon so far. Of course, did find that kill up top, has a slight CS advantage, and now the bot lane looking to get aggressive once more.
Sword gets the Pulverize down. That slows down any further follow-up, but a lot of damage. Now the ultimates are traded back and forth. Grandmaster's might. Counter-strike comes out. Here comes SOFM, manages to put the heal down to build the collateral damage over the wall. Canyon sends Bin back to the fountain.
And in this situation, Bin thought that he was strong enough to go for an all-in trade, but the spellbook comes through, the Ignite as well, and now SOFM taking a lot of damage, and Damwon is very quickly taking control over this early game. Repeated ganks up towards the top side, shutting Bin down in the early game is exactly what Damwon needed to try and get a foothold in this game.
Imagine that. In Game 2 of the World Final, you get the first ever pentakill. And the reply from Damwon is, you now get dunked. We now camp your lane.
Yep.
Good freaking luck, bro. And that means that Damwon 2 kills up and they're plus 1,300 gold.
And that Ignite swap was extremely important there for Noguri, because it just set up the damage for Canyon. So you can see here, Noguri already has a level advantage, but they know that SOFM is on his way. So he's like, okay, this is fine, I can make this trade happen. But Bin is diving into the middle of a minion wave, and he thinks he's out to safety. But of course, the ultimate then comes through from Canyon, so he grabs himself another kill.
And it's so important to recognize that this is the best of 5. If you win this game, you are on match point. You have 2 more chances to win the series, to hoist the Summoners Cup, to start the presentation of being crowned the 10th world champion in League of Legends. And Damwon Gaming, they are off to a flying start. SOFM is, Sword Art, is now up in the top lane. Doesn't have access to his ultimate, but if he does manage to get a good, pulverized combo, that plus Counter-Strike, it may just be enough damage from Bin to take down Noguri.
I do like this roam from Sword Art. The stun will come through after a flash.
Commitment, headbutt, pulverized, knocked up into the air. Noguri will go down, and it's the trample from Sword Art's Alistair that picks it up. Suning on the board.
So this is the first big roam we've seen from Sword Art this series, and it pays off massively. The wave was in a bit of an awkward spot for Bin. He needed that cover, and SOFM was on the bot side of the map. Now the good news for Huan Feng, as he does have this jungle assistance, so the risk of a dive is very low. But it also means that Suning will be able to get a kill on the board. It doesn't go into the hands of Bin, but getting that kill onto Noguri, I'm sure that Bin is not going to complain.
And of course, it will open up this Dragon. The fact that there was, SOFM Sword Art correction up in the top lane. There was a little bit of cover there. Canyon gets a lot of time. He's already got the Warrior Enchant. 2-0 on this Grave. Hex Flash over the wall. Whew, I held my breath for a very brief moment. And Damwon Gaming, they're off to a very strong lead. There's pressure in the bottom lane. 2 plates already secured. Sword Art's going to be very late to the party. And if you look at the minimap, Vedius, 2 members already pushing forward into the mid lane. So Angel, he's down 14 CS. SOFM and Canyon will run into each other in a brief moment with the help of Shelly. Here comes the engage. Perfect execution all the way over and through. The flash away. Showmaker's caught out. Angel's low. He's down. The Unleashed Power will pick up the kill. There's a reply back. At least one for SOFM. But Beryl, with the help of the Winter's Bite, the stun will hold Sword Art in place. And the Rift Herald will get taken out by the tower. A 1-for-1 trade.
As you rightly said, Quickshot ends up being a 1-for-1. A bit of a crazy skirmish there. A lot was invested to make sure that Angel wouldn't actually get that execute. And I think the fact that a kill went onto Showmaker and didn't go onto Angel is still very valuable for Damwon, because it means that both mid laners won't benefit a lot off the XP, but also Angel will be much further away from getting that first item upgrade, whereas Showmaker already very close to completing that Luden's Echo. Now Canyon making his way up top.
32 CS advantage for Noguri already. Bin is flashless in the top lane, but Angel's teleporting in from behind. He's got no ultimate for this fight. Sword Art's making his way up as well. The counter-strike doesn't find anyone, and Bin goes very low. Here comes Angel and Sword Art chasing. A counter teleport coming down from Showmaker. He will arrive in the top lane. And now all of a sudden the tower's under pressure. While that's going on, SOFM is helping out Huan Feng in the bottom lane.
I'm wondering. Yeah, okay, it looks like for the time being that not much answer is going to come off the back off of Suning. It will be a trade of teleports in the mid lane. Oh, I really like this from Bin, the TP into mid. Just keep Angel top lane for now. He's going to keep catching his waves, but in theory, you can push this wave in, force Showmaker to lose a little bit of farm, maybe even get yourself a play if you're lucky. But it will also give Bin that very crucial level 9. He hasn't invested in any magic resistance just yet, but remember, Merc Treads, they have a lot of value in this game when playing against a Kennen, a Syndra, and a Braum. So I imagine to see those coming out from Bin soon, as he now has the Predator, and his boots have now just come through.
Oh, Omnistone is going to be very interesting as we continue to see how it's used. Bin during the laning phase, definitely sort of maximizing the value of how Omnistone works. SOFM, for me, the jury's still a little bit out. I'll ask Vetis to think about it a little more before we see how it impacts the course of the game. But we're in game 3, and as Damwon lost the previous, they had the choice of side. They elected red side. Nidalee first pick, into then Jax and Akali. Jax 0-2-1, and then Akali 0-1-1. You can see the total gold on the side of your screen. We know the scaling options and the power that can come from the side lane play of this composition on Suning later in the game. But when you're down 2.5k gold and 2 dragons already, it is starting to look very, very scary for the LPL representative.
Definitely is, Quickshot. You're kind of looking at these 2 solo laners to... Well, ideally, you don't want them behind in the early game, but that is definitely not the position that they find themselves in right now. SOFM and Sword Art once again covering for Bin, and that's been a lot of this game. You can see Huan Feng completely zoned away from his tower this time round, not going to have any kind of support, and good awareness from Cannon as he's looking to steal away these camps. Now the dive.
All right, there goes the dive. Headbutt Pulverize doesn't work. The Slicing Maelstrom manages to hold Bin in place for now. The Glacial Fissure comes out from Beryl, and it's going to be a kill into Bin already. Being in the right place at the right time, you ring that barrel, and he saves Noguri's life.
Exactly that, Quickshot. Beryl was aware of where Cannon was on the map, and he's like, my responsibility is to cover for the top lane. I have to be aware of any potential dives, and he is there to counter gank. Now, Cannon in the mid lane helping Showmaker shove this wave out. They could even look to contest for this tower. The wave claw on Angel is not that strong, and it looks like they're committing.
SOFM is just pieced out of this mid lane. He's going to steal a red buff. The Scatter the Weak will find a stun, and the end of the line goes out. I think had Angel been a little closer, maybe the collateral damage and Unleashed Power, but not the case. So the tower goes down. The tower goes down top. It's 3-0, and that Goldie's at 5k.
And I think this goes to show how flexible Damwon can be as a team. In Game 1, it was all about the Drakes. In Game 2, it was a little bit more about the scaling. Now in Game 3, they're all about the early game.
All right,
but
trying to
Noguri,
get some of
I
those
think he's overextended here.
Sword Art's coming out. Javelin Toss goes back in, and Bin gets the first kill. That is huge.
I mean, Sword Art really is camping his lane right now. But yes, Noguri, he overextends there. And I think the fact that he died while level 11 is actually going to give Bin a lot of experience. So, not a great death for Noguri, that's for sure. But in any case, it's still a 5k gold lead. Quick shot, like Damwon have just dominated the early game. They have been extremely efficient in their farming. They've punished the weak solo laners, and now they just need to keep this pressure up, because if the game slows down, Suning will be able to ramp up and get their solo laners on.
Hey, just look at the itemization differences here. Ghost Blade completed for Canyon. Oh, that's so much damage onto Angel. Winter's Bite won't find its target. Shuriken Flip comes out as well.
Wait, he can
Angel
kill Barrel.
steps inside the shot, waits for the shield to go down, forced to dash away. Canyon's got the collateral available to him, and he holds the trigger. There's no support from the rest of Suning, because they need to take the tower. And what I was trying to point out was the Void Staff in the Proto Belt already picked up for Noguri. He's got himself the Ghost and the Teleport. If Beryl picks the wrong route, he's still in trouble. Luden's Echo Sork Shoes for Showmaker, as well as Infinity Edge and the Zeal for Ghost. That is a very, very significant gold lead. And we're on track again for like a 20 to 22 minute soul.
Yep.
Every game this series has been early Drakes, and Angel will at least sidestep that Dock Sphere.
Ooh, I like this from Angel. He has the damage, but he doesn't have ult.
No ultimate available.
Oh, he missed the Q.
Throwing out
That's
the 5-point strikes. Doesn't have a damage yet. Unleash Power comes out. SOFM will be able to chuck out the heal. Collateral damage is popped, and Sword Art's waiting in the wings. One small thing to call out, the fact that Showmaker's using the SKT skin is beautiful. As Damwon, the first LCK representative in finals in 3 years. They are looking to regain control for South Korea, for the LCK. And there is just a beautiful callback in that little skin choice.
So Damwon have basically split the map at this point. They're heavily playing through Showmaker as he hard pushed in the bot side, and Canyon and Beryl are just hard covering for him. Meanwhile, Noguri is playing on the weak side of the map. But the most important thing here is that Ghost is keeping pressure up in mid lane. So while he is effectively playing alone, he's also playing towards the bot side river, making sure that this wave is always pushed in. This means that SOFM hasn't actually been able to drop the Rift Herald and actually use it to secure that mid tier 1. So I wonder whether we're even going to be able to get value out of it, because right now, there aren't many places for him to. He might just have to throw it down to just try and generate some pressure, because he can't even use it for the Drake, because that's still 3 minutes away. So yeah, I think that Damwon right now just have such firm control over the map, and so much of it has stemmed from just a great understanding of how to punish these weak lane choices that Suning have in the early game.
And I think it's very important to call out that that 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead has shrunk a tiny bit. The kill that they managed to pick up onto Noguri, the tower in the top lane, and Suning need to maintain this gold difference at minimum. If they concede anything more, if they give up this next soul, well, we find ourselves in a similar sort of situation to Game 1, but Damwon with a significantly stronger advantage. The Predator for SOFM is there available, thanks to the Omnistone. Teleport is going to be coming in here from Angel, but we're still 2 minutes away from the Dragon. That Rift Herald still not been thrown down, and you can see Suning, like, they're kind of fishing for opportunities, Vedius.
That's a really big expenditure as well from Angel. He's going to be forced to hang around the bot side of the map right now. Bin is probably going to want to push that top lane in, but you've got to look at this situation and realize that Damwon is better set up for it. They have the cannon. We heard the analyst desk talking about how this is just a straightforward teamfight comp from Damwon, and while they are a little reliant on Noguri to act as that engage, his flash is up. He has Proto Belt. So Damwon have everything that they need to contest this Drake, whether Suning like it or not. I do not think that even if Suning have better positioning, that they will be able to get this one for free.
Well, Canyon's coming in to help out in the bottom lane. SOFM's actually going to summon the Herald. There goes the Shroud as Angel's forced to step backwards. Canyon's got access to the ultimate. Ghost was making his way down through the river. Huanfeng has continued to push in the mid lane. We're still a minute and a half to the Dragon. The Herald won't even get the charge off. Absolutely wasted.
And this is what we talked about, right? Like, Damwon had such good control over the map that there weren't really any good options for Suning to use it. The best place was actually in the top lane when Bin was shoving in hard, and maybe they trade tier 2 for tier 2, but in the end, they weren't able to get anything off the back of it. And now the Drake is 1 minute away. Having a look at the support inventories, we can see that Sword Art likely going to look to reset very soon, because he's going to need to replenish those wards before the Drake spawns. Control wards are coming through from across the board. Bin has the teleport as well. He's pushing in the top lane. Noguri has already joined his squad. He's currently running with the exhaust. So there's double exhaust against the double solo laners from Suning. The more I look at this, the more I'm like,
don't do it.
Damwon just seem to have everything that they need to win out this team fight. Yeah, and I'm not sure how Suning's going to be able to steal this one away.
Now, when I look at this game, as we see Bin chasing forward, Counter-Strike is up, Showmaker's used the ultimate already. Bin forced to flash. He started this fight, now he's being surrounded.
Look at the collapse, yep.
Look at the mini-map. Barrel's going to be able to chase, get the blast cone. Not make it over the wall, but will tag the Winter's Bite. Not going to be able to follow over the Deadly Flourish, and now Bin is just looking to get some damage back down. It'll buy a little bit of time as the leap strike over the minion. 6 seconds until Dragon. Ironically, stalling this out makes it even more difficult because now you can't TP in. If the rest of Suning are able to delay, it's going to be 33 seconds before Bin can arrive. Noguri and Canyon are waiting in the wings.
Showmaker TP.
Flash slicing Maelstrom. I've seen Noguri win games from this position. And just the threat alone means the Cloud Soul goes the way of Damwon. 1-1 in the series, and they are in such a strong position.
It's just been excellent early game control from Damwon. They haven't really let the game go at any point, and it's one of those things where if you pick too many weak lanes, Damwon will punish you. And I think that this is the first time in the series where they really shut Bin down, and you're seeing the consequences of it for Suning. He is such a big powerhouse when it comes to these team fights, even on the Jax, but so far in this game, he has not been allowed to get involved at all. And it looks like he's going for the Black Cleaver second. He's very far behind in terms of his itemization. Meanwhile, Ghost is very strong. The Graves has already completed his first lethality item. Like, Damwon is just in such a power position.
And I think this is kind of what a lot of analysts and viewers and fans at home were expecting for the series. This type of game. I saw a lot of people anticipating Damwon to just 3-0 this series, be the stronger team, and this was the type of gameplay that many people were anticipating. As you can see, SOFM being run down here, gets caught by a Deadly Flourish, and collateral damage plus Curtain Call sets up a kill. We're 22 minutes in. Damwon are now going to start the Baron. I think it's important to recognize that after games 1 and 2, Suning proved not only can they compete, they can win, and if they are unable to win this game, they will have side selection for the next one. But there is drama at the Baron pit. Ghost is down inside the pit. Angel continues to chase. The Glacial Fissure comes down from Barrel, but Canyon's the next target. Just as I am talking about Damwon winning, Suning find themselves a fantastic moment to pick themselves up 3 kills, maybe 4, as Barrel goes down. That's the 4th, and now Noguri has joined the fray. Slicing Maelstrom is available, but I think there's too much to chew off this time. Little Electro Hamster, and he's running for his life. Angel's going for the hunt. Bin can hop over the wall if Noguri wants to. Angel is swinging those shurikens looking for a target. Noguri can flash inside the pit. There is SOFM coming from the wings. The gunplay goes down. There goes the hop over from Bin. Perfectly executed. And just at the last moment, Angel takes down Noguri. And this will open up the Baron. Suning are right back in it.
There is a reason why we dub him the Angel of Death when he gets his hands on Akali. When the replay comes up, just watch Angel. His positioning in the fight and the way he executed was flawless. Everything was going against Suning, everything here, but just keep your eyes on the Akali. So first he dives onto the backline, uses his ultimate and E. He's drawing pressure towards him, dives over the wall, executes Ghost. Then he flashes back in, and the consistent damage that he's able to throw down onto Canyon as the rest of his team comes to assist. They then split up, and then he's able to get that kill later on onto Cannon. Not sure if we'll even get that play, but I think that he was so instrumental in the way that he just kind of lured Damwon around the Dragon Pit that they were able to come out on top. And now they get themselves the Baron. Now they can buy a little bit more time. And now those solo laners, look at the levels, look at the items. They're really starting to come through.
The pressure is on Damwon. They are playing in Shanghai in front of an audience that is very Suning favored. And Suning, after being down 5k gold, and they're still down the Cloud Soul. They picked themselves up a Baron, and now they have bought all the time they need to move into this mid and late game. They've got a lot of terrifying champions once they get to 2 to 3 hours. But if anything from the previous games, Vedius, it will come down to execution in the fights, because they have been beautiful on both sides, and both previous games been dancing on a knife's edge.
So we haven't talked about it. We might not actually get an opportunity to. Oh, look at the damage from Angel.
Does he go in?
I don't think he will, because Nogari's ultimate will just kind of keep him under town with the Braum there, with Exhaust 2. It's a little too dangerous. But notice the atomization from SOFM. He has the Hextech GOP. He's been getting the Glacial Augment a lot with the Omnistone root choice, and I think that this setup basically allows him to guarantee the spear. Now the TP flank from Nogari.
Running! That's so much damage, cannot kick him away. Headbutt pulverized just to knock Nogari up in the air, but the teleport will get the kill for Hwanfeng. Let's see what SOFM can do with that itemization, Vedius, that you were just alluding to. Top lane, Angel is pushing into the base. He's opened the inhibitor turret. We are setting ourselves up for a dramatic ending here.
TP flying.
Teleport coming in now. Nogari's going to make his way forward. I don't think he'll be in time to interrupt it. Angel joins the fray. Nogari's got no TP available because he used it to kill Hwanfeng. Barrel's running for his life, and he stays alive just a few seconds longer as Canyon is the first to fall. Somehow, the rest of Damwon are able to escape. Ghost has got no flash and no heal, and the damage that he's chucking out with this Jhin and the two-man stun from Showmaker is helping Damwon out. There's the defensive leap, and Suning are backing away. The Maelstrom's not available for Nogari. I was looking at the cooldown, and that will be the disengage for now. No inhibitor turret falls.
So the important thing to note there is Angel got himself another kill. Level 15 now. Oh, hang on, Bin. Wait, what are you doing?
A little bit of trouble, playing very far forward.
Yeah, that was a little too aggressive, if you ask me, but he will be able to get away with his life. So Damwon were kind of feeling the pressure. They saw an opportunity to use the teleport to get in behind Hwanfeng and get themselves a kill. The problem is they then had to send someone to deal with Angel split pushing in the top lane, who then had teleport. So Suning immediately respond with a TP flank of their own and get their own punish. The goal is now in Suning's favor. Itemization. Has Akali actually gone back to buy the Zhonya's? No, she hasn't, but she does have the stopwatch. Doesn't have TP, doesn't have flash. The ultimate's coming back up. Ultimate plus Ignite for Nogari. This is going to be a huge fight.
Elder Dragon is available. 4 Elemental Drakes for Damwon. We're back at it again. Angel lingering over the wall. Flash will be up in just a couple of moments as Hwanfeng is now fired off that True Shot barrage. Mid lane is currently controlled by Suning, but Damwon can roll around to their tower and push it back. Hwanfeng forced to use that Arcane Shift, get away from Scatter the Weak, but you can feel the magnetic pull of Elder Dragon. That could be the deal breaker. Angel is caught out. The slicing maelstrom from Nogari. Stopwatch is used from Angel. He stays alive. The stun comes down from Bin. That will force Damwon to disengage, but the damage may already be done. Defensive leap strike as Canyon dashes forward. He's already used the collateral to pick up the kill into Bin. The rest of Suning are now running for their lives as they're being flanked. Ring the barrel! As the Winter's Bite comes out, it doesn't find a target. Barrel gets knocked up into the air, and the Curtain Call doesn't yet have enough damage. Angel now has access to his ultimate. 30 seconds before Bin is alive, and Barrel somehow survives. But the Elder doesn't get secured. It is still available.
Look at top lane as well. I think Damwon's really afraid of the Hwanfeng potential TP flank, which is why they don't want to commit to it. They'll say, you know what, we'll take the pick, but a lot of summoners were used. Nogari actually invested his flash, and Angel bought a lot of time. He's now upgraded that stopwatch into a Zhonya, so he's going to get a huge amount of value out of that. While Bin died, the objective doesn't drop. Now, the good news for Damwon is that they've already reset. They're back on the map. Bin will come back to life, but he's also got the teleport available to him. The Dragon Dance will start once more. Let's see who comes out on top.
Winning this fight puts you potentially one Nexus away from winning the series. The amount of damage that can come in. Teleport and Flash is available for Hwanfeng. TP's coming in, 2 of them from Suning. SOFM's inside the pit. The True Shot barrage flies across and Damwon starts to peel backwards. Nogari does have the slicing maelstrom, but look at Sword Art. He's trying to flank. Elder's the focus. Will Damwon re-engage? No flash for Nogari. I don't think they want to give it up. That's a very big stun from Scatter the Weak. Hwanfeng's locked inside the pit. Nogari's going to get slowed down. That Super Soaker from SOFM doing tons of work. The Elder Dragon is secured by Suning. The slicing maelstrom will be able to pick up the kill onto Hwanfeng, but now it's Angel that's falling immediately after. What can Bin do? A 2-for-1, but the Elder goes to Suning.
Oh, look at SOFM. Oh, Ghost's going to cancel his ultimate there to immediately get out of the situation, but while the team fight win does go to Damwon, the Elder Drake goes to Suning. Cannon is a little bit low. He's got to be careful. But Suning have been able to flip this game on its head. Second game in a row where Elder Drake just seems to mean nothing to them. Good damage onto Bin. He's going to get the heal and he's going to disengage.
Sword Art waiting just in range of the leap. How on earth do you analyze who this benefits? Because yes, the Elder lands on the side of
It's
Suning.
Yeah, it's the fact that they got the Elder I think is the biggest thing, because number one, it denies it away from Damwon, but it also buys you time, because you know what you can do now? Wait for the respawns, Baron, baby. You know that if they come to fight you, you have the advantage. The Elder Drake is yours, and you don't have to commit to the objective. Don't go for the 50-50 instead. Just try to force the fight. I really like the way in which Suning keep Damwon trapped in this choke point with Angel and Sword Art. Really good ultimate from Noguri to actually just shut down Huang Feng and Angel, but the fight is already over at this point, because the longer Damwon stay in the fight, the greater the risk is of them getting executed by this Elder. So getting at least 2 Elders off the board is a good news for Damwon, but now I just want to see Suning go to the Baron, start the Baron, force Damwon into the fight, and they're going to start this objective right now.
Every single game this finals has popped off, and Suning are looking at the Baron. If they are able to pick this up, they may continue what is the best World Championship run ever, but Damwon are not conceding it. They are challenging inside the pit. Noguri also has the ultimate available.
Remember what we said, they don't have to finish the Baron, they just need a fight. Angel is hovering on the flank, but Damwon is aware of it. That ward will not spot them out as being countered by the control ward, and all Damwon need to do now is buy time. 30 seconds until the Elder Drake is gone. As long as they can get a fight after that point, then they are happy. A lot of farm is being lost in the bot lane. Angel needs to go to it. And for now, Damwon will avoid catastrophe.
And Vedius, for the first time in like 15 minutes, we get a brief moment of respite. Suning still maintain a gold lead. That Elder Dragon has worn off. It's been a long time since I've checked in on any of the items, but Black Cleaver, Blade of the Ruined King for Bin. You see the Oblivion Orb, as well as makings of a Death Cap for Noguri. Bin's going to look for a fight, but Showmaker and Beryl are here to help out. Death's Dance, Iceborne Gauntlet, Muramana for Huan Feng. Ghost, by the way, has quietly amassed a ridiculous amount of damage in 4 completed items, still sitting on that single control ward, but we've seen him dancing around fights and having a gigantic impact. Bin will get some support from SOFM if you keep your eyes on the minimap, but Damwon are waiting, and Angel has teleported in I think just a moment.
Level 17, dude. Like, Angel is so strong. He's likely working towards the Banshee's Veil to mitigate some of that. Well, number one, he really needs magic resistance, but number two, it also is a great item against both Kennen and Syndra, and Braum too, so I think the itemization is great, and the sooner he gets it, the harder it's going to be for Damwon to play, because, like, initially, when you look at how these comps work, typically, Damwon's comp is easier, right? The reason why it gets hard is because their engage is not reliable. They're very reliant on Noguri actually starting the fight off. And even then, their follow-up is not that great. Canyon is quite short range. Showmaker has to kind of rely on a stun landing to be able to actually get within range to deal the damage, which means these Suning solo carries have a lot of freedom as long as they avoid the cannon, which basically means that Kennen is everything in the team fight, so both teams. Noguri can win or lose the game. The thing is, there's a thing about LCK and Kennens, and they're just very good at the jab.
Exceptional. We've seen it this tournament already. Sword Art's going to get rooted in place, forced to throw down that unbreakable will. He's still holding on to the flash, still holding on to the exhaust. That's the headbutt, the pulverize, the defensive chase away, and he just gets blown up. The moment that ulti times out, it's a minute 45 to Elder. Angel's going to get jumped on by Canyon, and this is 5 versus 4, 35-second death timer, and the perfect execution he used defensively there, trying to escape.
That's about like an 80-second cooldown now at this point in the game. That's not going to be available for a while, and with Sword Art dead, Damwon have the best setup here for the Baron. There's still flash ultimate available on Noguri.
Huan Feng, no true shot barrage. Bin is making his way forward. Baron solo. Canyon is dropped low by Angel. He's dashed inside the pit. Knockup from Baron. Angel's trying to continue, but the Baron is secured by Damwon. The slicing Maelstrom is slowing down the Suning engage. Bin forced to retreat. Damwon get themselves a kill onto Jax. The curtain call tags Angel, and with the help of the follow-up, it's Showmaker killing Angel. Now Huan Feng gets one back onto Showmaker, but 3 quick kills, as well as the Baron buff, and SOFM misses the Javelin toss.
That's a big crit.
Down, Ghost is chasing, and will most likely not get the kill, unable to chase the very fast Nidalee through the jungle with Baron and Pound minions. 30, 40-second death timers, they may be pushing for the
they
win.
may very well look for that end, and to think that it was just one big mistake that came through from Sorda that could cost his team the game. TPs are available for Showmaker when he respawns. Sorda looking to hold the line.
SOFM jumping, pouncing forward, will force barrel backwards, goes golden to buy the time, but the Baron and Pound minions are still hammering away on the Nexus turret. The exhaust will slow down the inevitable deaths, but not the ace. Will not stop and save the base. Damwon are one win away from being crowned world champions. What was that game?
It was a stressful one for Damwon, that's for sure. They had Dragon Soul, they were looking clean, but then one big team fight where Angel was able to just pop off around the Baron is really where things started to swing in momentum. Suning getting themselves a Baron buff, equalizing the gold, getting themselves the Elder. And then the game was decided off of a single pick onto Sword Art. Without him, without their engage, Suning just couldn't contest that Baron. They couldn't buy more time, and Damwon immediately pounce.
The execution in these team fights has been just sublime to watch. And I think you have to give so much credit to Suning here because they bounced back.
They keep playing from a deficit.
They do. And I think it is important to recognize they were the underdogs coming into the series, right? Damwon have got early leads multiple times. The lead they got in this game was exquisite. And at one play around Baron, Suning fought their way back in.
Let's not even forget that, like, in the early game, Suning were put so far behind because of how Damwon attacked Bin. Yeah. And I do think that Bin seems to be the crux of this team. So if Damwon can shut down Bin, then Damwon can look to secure themselves a world championship.
Set us up for the next one?
Nope, you can.
All right, let's take a look at Damwon's Mercedes drive to victory in the final fight.
Because I'm now going to do a lot more talking, Quick Shot. So let's have a look at that final team fight. I like what Angel did, diving into the backline, trying to kill Canyon, but then Canyon put himself in the middle of 4 other people, meaning that he was still able to smite, and look at how much value he gets off the back of this locket as well. SOFM couldn't really get involved because he was just completely, I think he was stunned up or zoned out. Either way, there was nothing that he could do. And honestly, I think this was a bit of a mistake from Wanfeng, but you could argue that he was pretty much guaranteed to die there anyway, so he's like, I may as well take someone out with me. But in any case, like, that was the final fight that decided everything. Yes. And like, the more important part before that is the fact that Sword Art did die. And while we saw some great roams from Sword Art, the fact that they lost that game that way, it's got to feel frustrating, but at the same time, I do not think that Suning is just straight up getting outclassed.
I agree.
And I think that that is the biggest takeaway for Suning.
It is indeed. Damwon are just one win away from the Summoners Cup. Join us for a preview of Game 4 after this. Please make it 5.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. Since 2017, the LCK have watched the LPL lift the Summoners Cup back to back. And today, it could very well be the day the LCK era returns in the form of Damwon, because they are on match point. And what I'm going to discuss here with my analysts is if that is going to be the case, or if there is a high probability of Suning coming back and getting us into a Game 5. First up, this is match point for Damwon, so I'd like to call back to what you said at the top of the show, Yamato, being that if they do manage to win, this would be the beginning and not the end.
For sure, I think LCK fans are, accustomed to a quality of, LCK dominance. So we've had their T1s and the Samsungs, and I think fulfilling the standards of the average LCK fan is something so difficult, because it begins with one championship and then the expectation for the next one is that it just continues.
Continues to happen.
And I think you're starting to see, there's different areas of the game that it feels like Damwon just have head and shoulders a better read on than Suning do. And in this game, or in this series, Draft is really speaking out to me, just because they forced SOFM onto the Nidalee pick. SOFM isn't comfortable on that pick. He said that he doesn't really like playing it, and I think it had a very different look for him. And now it's in the objective setup. And so Damwon just look, again, precision, disciplined. They're only a game away, and these team fights seem to go back and forth, and the games do look close. Like, it is on a knife's edge in execution, but if it just comes to the raw fundamentals of objective setup, pressure game, macro control, Damwon are still very much in control.
They are in control, but as you say, it does look like Suning are definitely not out of it yet. Even in this game, so many moments where, for instance, Angel gets the outplay, but then it doesn't work out in the end. So let's look at the 3-game sample size we have here now. Look at some standout players. Let's get the jungler matchup up on screen, Canyon versus SOFM. It's a fantastic one, and we've seen great things out of both junglers. Canyon, he doesn't have to do anything special, really. He just has to do his job. And what is his job in this series?
I think so far, we've seen a series that is so revolving around the dragons, and I feel like Canyon recognizes very early on. He's not necessarily using his lane prior to invade an SOFM that can be so slippery. He's not taking any risks there that you could potentially push, because in the last game he had prio everywhere, didn't find any CS advantages, instead played around those dragons. Now we've seen 3 games that have gone to Soul Point. Soul Point has been the biggest deciding factor when it comes to those mid to late game team fights that we see time and time again. So I think that is the trend both of these junglers, have been noticing, and I expect a higher prio on it coming into the next games.
Yeah, and on the other side, SOFM has kind of been up to his old tricks, getting very creative with some of these champion picks, as well as some of these builds and keystones. I do agree with you. I think that Suning learned a really hard lesson this time around, that they just can't give away lane priority like that. Every single lane didn't have push priority. Everyone got kicked in. And Canyon, immediately at the start of the game, as Yamato was talking about, is like, early game's ours, lads. Like, I'll see you at early Elder.
And that worked out that way. So let's take a look at Suning. They will be back on the red side for this game, giving some counter pick possibilities. Now, if we zoom in on a couple of players that really stepped up, I think also in the last couple of games, we have Bin in the top lane, who has shown that he has a lot he has deep pockets, let's say, in terms of picks and meds, and he can make everything work.
Yeah, for sure. And I think what you mentioned there with the red side is going to be so important, because in the previous game, he blind picked a Jax. And in most cases, I would say that's crazy, but not for Bin. He had a fantastic pentakill on the Fiora that we see on our screen. And all in all, he is he's just differently built in comparison to all the other top laners. Yeah, for sure. And I think if he continues in this line, having counter pick is going to mean such a great deal, because if the blind pick keeps coming, that is Bin's comfort zone.
And in tandem with him, his partner in crime, Angel, the Angel of Death, showcasing the Akali. It looked like at this series of plays that Angel had actually just won the game for Suning, and that they were going to be set up for match point. But then obviously great team play from Damwon, especially Nagari on his Kennen pick, kind of pulled that one away. But for Bin and Angel, it's so wild, the fact that, Bin, especially rookie, first year on international stage. Angel's played a couple of years in the LPL, but his first look on the international stage. And for them to play up to this performance, Bin popping off with the gangplank play, now has a Fiora pentakill underneath his name on the resume, and his very first appearance at Worlds. It's wild.
Yeah, it is super wild that they're able to pull that off, as you say, at their first World Championship, no less. But they are up against match point for Damwon, who is looking poised. So Frost, give me the win conditions for Suning. How do they bring this back?
I think that they need to stick to what's tried and true. We talked about at top of day that Damwon feels like they have more tools in their arsenal that they can pick from, whereas Suning really have one thing, and they're specialists at it. It's getting that counter pick for Ben, and then disrupting Damwon in setup. I think if this becomes about the objectives, about setting up on Dragons, setting up on Barons, yes, there is a chance that Suning can outplay in team fights, but really you need to hit Damwon before they get to the point. Lyric talked about it earlier on, skirmish them, fight them, break the game. Do not make it a formula. Do not let the LCK teams get to set up and just suffocate you out. So Ben power pick and just sprint it at them, lads. Go down fighting.
You're very passionate about it. I love it. Yamato.
Damwon or Suning?
Yeah, Damwon. Sorry, I thought
Damwon.
you knew that because we talked about this before. Production magic and all.
All right, whoosh, production magic. Now it's going to show up on the screen. Down win condition, I think just following the trend of making sure that they have bottom prio. I think the biggest strength for Damwon, the most consistent thing about them has been that bottom side. When you have that bottom lane prio, it seems that you get to pick up the Dragons, been in isolation in some matches when the ganks landed early. I think that was beautiful too, to shut down any early game pressure of the Jacks. I think all in all, just make sure that you have a stronger bottom side because Sword Art has been underperforming, Barrel has been stepping up. Make sure you get those Drakes because Soul Point is going to win you those games. When you have Drake and the Soul Points in the game, you can play by that formula you know and love.
Oh, and now, if the pressure was probably already getting to them because you're playing a world final, now you're up against it. You're about to win that world championship or you're about to be out and the pressure is just absolutely huge for Oscarin.
Yeah, and I really like that you brought up Barrel and Sword Art because it feels like so much of this conversation is going to be about Nagri versus Ben and SOFM versus Canyon, and all these players are really important. But the biggest difference, and it might even slip underneath the radar, is the support matchup. Back-to-back Leona games didn't look good for Sword Art. He looked much better on the Alistar, but that crucial mistake and immediately punish, and it's just the end for his team. And Sword Art is the shot caller of this team. You take him down, you slow everything down for Suning. So Barrel might quietly be the MVP for this series, even if he doesn't lift that award.
All right, let's see. Damwon are looking to reclaim the throne for the LCK. So let's see if they can close things out in Game 4.
Welcome back to the 2020 World Championship. A decade of League of Legends, and our 10th championship is potentially about to end. Damwon Gaming are 2-1 up over Suning, and a win here crowns them as the 2010-20 World Champion for the first time in 3 years for the LCK. We're dropping into picks and bans quick. Straight out the gate, Camille, Jin, Akali, Nidalee, TF, Ashe, and currently a consideration for Syndra first.
Pretty crazy evolution, but the reason why Damwon are first picking the Syndra here is because they know Suning don't play Lucian. So they're saying, you know what, you want us to pick the Lucian, you then want to answer with the Syndra, and we know that Angel's good into our Lucian, so no, we're not doing it. Instead, we're just going to first pick the Syndra, we're going to give away the Graves, and Suning are happy to take that trade. The question is, what will they then look to follow it up with? So far in this series, they've actually prioritized support very early on into the draft, and I wonder if they'll just want to grab themselves a very early Leona, because it was actually banned away from them in the previous game.
I do like seeing the Akali ban away. The Angel of Death, and the pick that he's really shone on here on the World Championship, immediately removed from the pool. And with that Graves secure, the Nidalee banned away, Leona is now locked in for Sword Art.
Looks like the Kindred response is very likely from Damwon. The question is, will they also go for the Ornn once more? Or instead, will they just look to lock in a support for themselves? Both the Pantheon and Set are still up and available. Or they could grab themselves an AD carry with Jin taken off the board. Maybe an early Ezreal is very potent, especially with Ashe also taken away. I think like there's a lot of room or direction for Damwon to go into right now. And it looks like that they are in fact going to go for the AD carry.
Now, when I remember correctly, Caitlyn was banned away phase 2 of game 1. That was when Suning on the red side as well. Game 2, they banned away the Senna and the Draven. So Ghost not going to have access to that Caitlyn. We already know he's going to be facing into at least the Leona as far as the support pool is concerned. And with Angel now locking in the Orianna, we'll see where the phase 2 priority bans are going to be, but we're looking for that top laner and that bot laner from Suning.
Well, you would imagine the AD carry is going to come in next for Huanfeng, and you imagine that it's going to be the Ezreal. Damwon may even choose to ban that away, but you expect support bans to now come through from Suning. They will likely take away something like the Pantheon. They may even take away the Braum. They could consider taking away the Tahm Kench. Basically, they want to limit the number of strong supports to match up well with a Caitlyn. Morgana, I think, would be a really good ban if you're Suning. But I am a little surprised that they would choose to ban away the Kennen, especially when they're the team that gets counterpicked.
What does that indicate to you about the top lane matchup or the potential of that? I mean, Ornn is still open and available. And I assume, obviously, getting rid of this for Nuguri, because his impact on this champion cannot be understated.
Yep.
We talked earlier about the LPL Fiora. Look, the LCK Kennen is already its own classification.
Correct.
And the Nuguri Kennen is even better than that. And he's shown it time and time again. The Ezreal is banned away, which is something you mentioned just a moment ago. Ashe removed from the pool, Jin removed from the pool as well.
I feel like Morg should be banned here. But maybe there's something that I'm missing. They're just focusing on top lane bans. I am a little bit surprised. It does suggest that they're willing to play into whatever bot lane Damwon is going to throw out. We'll see what that in fact is. Right now, I believe that Damwon will go for something like a Lux or a Morg bot lane. And then they will also get themselves the Ornn in the top lane. So I think that, yeah, that's kind of my expectations for Damwon in terms of like what they have as a safe line. You would expect one for like his AD carry pool is now very narrow. you don't have that many options left, especially to pair up with a Leona. We have seen a couple of Misfortunes come out
Senna's
from him.
open as well. Misfortune once this event. Misfortune is also his most played domestically. 22 games, 50% win rate. And this series, we've seen in Aphelios once from Ghost. It will be now combined with Leona in the hands of Juanfan.
It's a rough laning phase, that's for sure. And I think Damwon has the ability to make it a lot rougher, depending on what support matchup they go to pair with it. Now, I've talked a lot about what I think they could go for, but it seems that they want to kind of stick to comfort. They want that roaming support. They want Beryl to be able to influence the rest of the map. We did see his Panth ultimates, I believe, in Game 1. Actually really be very impactful, just constantly moving into these side lanes and counter ganking wherever possible. And there's kind of that one that we were talking about. So a lot of the damage going to come from the mid jungle AD carry trio, whereas Noguri going to act as that frontline tank. This does, of course, mean that Suning, sticking with the theme of their teamfight composition with the Leona, with the Orianna, are going to round things out with a Gangplank. And I feel like Suning kind of have everything that they want. I'm actually a huge fan of this Suning draft. I think the one thing that can ruin it all for them is this Kindred. It's a relatively short-range comp on the side of Suning. They're playing into a Syndra and a Caitlyn, which means that threatening that backline may be very difficult. And on top of that, even if they do get onto the backline, the Kindred ultimate can mitigate a lot of that burst. So while I look at this comp from Suning and I think, sure, this is something that they're probably very comfortable with, they can execute very well. This series has been a lot about Drakes. They do have priority in some of these lanes. I think that when it actually comes to the fights, Damwon's long range and the way that they've been very patient about their approach is going to make things difficult for Suning.
And I think it's important to call out that throughout the course of the series, Damwon have, I think it's fair to say, executed at a higher level. However, these surprise moments, these off-guard team fights, and some of the execution from Suning has kept them close. Game 1, traded back and forth. Damwon slow to push their lead. It allows Suning back into the game. Game 2, that crazy Evelynn versus Radar Rengar. The skirmish fest all game long. And then, of course, in Game 3, it was Damwon that came out with a gigantic advantage in the early game. A blunder at Baron gave Suning a chance, but ultimately, they were unable to close it out. Suning are in a do-or-die situation on home soil. And they are looking to force Game 5. If Suning do not win this game, they will be crowned second. It will end the run of LPL dominance, and for the first time in 3 years, the LCK, represented by Damwon Gaming, will be crowned the world champion.
Whew, lot on the line. Let's see what Damwon can do. Can they close off the series? Or will Suning be able to bring us to a Game 5? There aren't that many 5-game series at Worlds. Quick shot.
It'll be the second World Final ever to go to 5 games. Previous one between Samsung and SKT back in 2016. I had the pleasure of casting that one. And I'm sincerely hoping we get to see it again. I'm also wondering how similar to Game 1 in terms of the front-to-back, slightly slower early game with focus on dragons, this game may play out to be. And
so I'm kind of, the biggest thing I'm looking at is priority, because we talked a lot about it last game. I think that Damwon should be expected to get priority in the bot side of the map. They should also have priority in the mid lane, which is why I'm a little surprised that Graves is actually starting in the top lane, but he is starting leashless. So Damwon don't know where SOFM is kicking off this game, whereas SOFM will know what Cannon is up to. He'll see that Noguri is assisting with that early push, and that means that he can gauge, okay, well, I know that this Kindred is going to be starting on blue. That means he's going to be pathing towards the bot side of the map. It looks like, notice this little ward that was put in the river? That was the potential red into blue invade that could come out from a Kindred, but that's also not going to be a problem. So it seems that both junglers are heading in the same direction. The problem for SOFM is going to be that he won't have prio mid, he won't have prio bot. So it's going to be a lot harder for him to contest that Scuttle Crab, and when G2 tried to contest that Scuttle Crab against Damwon, that's the moment at which they lost the game. So we'll see how SOFM adapts and pivots. Right now he's on the blue buff, And for now, no vision has come out from Ghost or Beryl, but I like what they're doing with the wave here. They're being quite slow in terms of their push, and they're hoping that the wave will crash into the tower just as the Scuttle Crab is spawning, meaning that they can be there to assist Can.
I mean, you can see their Huanfeng and Sword Art being pushed so heavily back. The very early race to level 2. Caitlyn Pantheon just bullying Huanfeng and Sword Art. They are still level 1, and they've been pushed really far back. That is a gigantic wave that Huanfeng's Aphelios needs to farm under. And just like you talked about, will it give, you know, Canyon some chance? We'll see with the RNG whether or not he'll be able to get at one of those early marks.
So what is interesting is SOFM actually did blue into Grom, but now he's actually going to go back up to walls. It looks like that he's pathing back up. So his intent was clearly not to actually head in that direction. I think his main game plan was to just make sure that his bot side of the jungle was cleared out. And this still doesn't actually give a huge amount of information, but now it will. Because he's been spotted in the mid lane. He's offering a little bit of assistance to Angel, helping him get that push in the mid lane. And now he can path up towards top. Now, Canyon's obviously a little bit unlucky here, as he won't be able to get that early mark. But
played. Good damage onto Beryl. Ignite's thrown down, and the flashes are held.
Deal.
The 90 caliber net as well as the trap pushing Sword Art back. He holds onto the flash, but Beryl loses his.
So it was initially a very good trade, but then Sword Art took just as much damage back from Ghost. So while Beryl does get punished, Ghost definitely does not. And this is very important for the 2 versus 2 matchup, because what you want on Caitlyn is to have as safe as possible laning phase so that you can base on BF Sword, then you can come back into lane and you can just be as obnoxious as possible, hitting onto those plates, trying to funnel as much early gold into you as possible so that you can reach those items back sooner, and then you can start controlling it.
Yeah, but look at the CS difference already. Because of the pressure Ghost and Beryl have put onto Huanfeng and Sword Art, it's a plus 17 CS difference in that bottom lane with the wave being pressured in. I also love seeing Beryl using the Hex Flash on that Pantheon. He was threatening a potential jump just a moment or two ago. And Nagari has already backed, bought, and used his TP back into the top lane. Look, the first plate has already fallen. What you want to see from a Caitlyn Pantheon lane is exactly this. And Ghost and Beryl are demonstrating flawless opening to game 4.
Right, a couple of mistakes from Beryl. He definitely didn't want to lose the slash.
Thank you. Yeah.
But Ghost, his positioning is definitely making up for it. He's got to be careful. The root comes through.
Oh, that's a big root. The flamethrower comes out, cleanse as well. Flash forward, 100 HP, turning the damage back onto Huanfeng. Teleports come out, Huanfeng's heal, and Flash has already been used. The Comet Spear comes out from Beryl. First blood to Damwon. The Showmaker TP's just in time to help push this wave and get some more damage on the plate.
So while the TP did come through, it was not necessary for Showmaker because of a great use of the E from Beryl. It looked like Suning made the correct choice. Not only did they get all the summoners out from Ghost, but they were also telling themselves, this guy has no flash, we can kill him. But lo and behold, he was holding on to that damage mitigation option, which meant that the moment Huanfeng and Sword Art turned to try and kill him, he was there able to soak up the damage and turn around in his favor. And again, we'll see. Ghost gets a little bit too close. Huanfeng has the root ability. This sets up for Sword Art to dive on top of him. The flash is then forced out. And it's at this point that you think, well, okay, Huanfeng can win this. But then the E comes through. Huanfeng has no damage left. No kill will be available. And then Sword Art's forced to flash because of the TP in from Showmaker.
1,000 gold advantage to Damwon. Canyon will be able to jump onto the early Drake yet again, starting the race towards the Soul. And I think all series long, it has felt a little bit like Damwon is sort of one step ahead. They get a few more advantages, or maybe land the first few punches coming into the finals. Something that we were talking about pretty extensively, Verius, was that Damwon had set sort of the gold standard for what good League of Legends looked like. And they were the favorites. And, you know, it's been a competitive or a close series. Damwon have been pushed to the brink. Now Showmaker's under some trouble, but nobody's going to come down with Call of the Forge God. Unleash Power comes out. SOFM's on the wrong side of the rift. The collateral damage won't pick up the kill. And the body block from Canyon. It ends up being a 1-for-1, 2-for-1, as Canyon gets a double kill after Suning started that fight.
SOFM was committed to trading Drake for that Scuttle Crab, but Showmaker was just buying time. He was waiting for the rest of his team to show up. And while they were able to secure the Scuttle Crab, ultimately it does not matter. And you can start to see the thread starting to peel apart of Suning, because this early game is very reminiscent of what we saw when Damwon played against G2. It is this small window that one moment that Damwon need to be able to capitalize. And I'm glad that you set up that story about this gold standard for League, because I feel like that's what Damwon have been for the vast majority of this tournament. Precise, clean, well executed, and there have been fights where Suning have been able to outperform them. Like we're seeing right now, Suning has the ability to go toe-to-toe with Damwon, and I think that this is the first team that has really been able to properly push them. They are willing to find good fights. They are not afraid to continuously fight you, and honestly, they punish a very big mistake here from Beryl, and now they're finally back in the 2 versus 2.
I'm looking forward to thinking back on this, you know, once we get some more time to digest it, because game 1, we could have been a little maybe more critical on Damwon playing it slowly, you know, allowing time for Suning to build it up. There's that Hex Flash forward. Oh, instantly
really nice
punished. Baited.
Yeah, really well done there. The Hex Flash to max the Hex Flash, and just a really good, smart punish. Obviously, still behind in the bot lane. A plate will also be secured in top, and notice, Beryl is here once again to cover. We've seen this multiple times throughout this series, but this is to allow Canyon to keep on farming. He's still in his jungle, and now, with the support up top side, Damwon can, of course, start off the Rift Herald. This means that the Caitlyn's going to have to play on weak side for now, but I think Kate will be fine. She just has to be careful of the potential dive, and you can see how defensively she is playing behind her turret.
I mean, that big goal difference has all of a sudden changed. The fact that Suning were able to at least get themselves that kill in the jungle, the kill in the bottom lane. It is still an advantage to Damwon, and Canyon on your screen currently has 1 stack. Thank you, production team. Keep us updated with how that is tracking as we continue to watch the rest of this game. And Huanfeng and Swordall will get some time to at least bounce back. Look how quickly that plate goes down with the chakrams. Ace in the hole fired from Ghost. BF Sword and Pickaxe, that's going to chunk Huanfeng down to 50%, and now Canyon. The Lamb's Respite is available. Cannon Barrage not yet chucked out. That's been knocked up into the air. Finally throws it down. I think it was Chain CC. Now all of a sudden there's pressure in the bottom lane. SOFM gets jumped on by Beryl. The flash engage already. Sword Art and Huanfeng can't do more, and they won't be able to get anything other than this next plate. Look at the mid lane and the top lane. Damwon continue to put pressure on towers.
So a lot of things are happening right now, and the crucial thing to note is Bin used his ultimate top lane, not on the enemy, but on the minion wave, because he wanted to slow down the use of this Rift Herald. But now Damwon are adapting, and they're actually using the Rift Herald mid. Angel now going to throw out the Shockwave to try and clear out that wave as well, and Damwon are trying to get a little bit more gold into the back pocket of their mid lane. I'm not actually sure if Showmaker was able to grab any of that gold, but it doesn't matter, because as Suning tried to make the cross-map play happen in bot using the additional time that they were given, a really good response from Beryl was to just engage onto SOFM. When playing against a flank, just engage on one of the sides of the flank, and that's what they do to get out of harm's way.
Well, we're 3-0 for Canyon's Kindred. 300 gold bounty, Warrior Enchant already completed. In the top lane, Nogri, 3 assists already, and he's up 10 CS, obviously playing into a gangplank, so that will help Bin out. And in the bottom lane, there's still a minor advantage for Ghost, but I think Huanfeng and Sword Art have been able to kind of bounce back. The constant engages onto Beryl have been helping them out. For Suning, as we wait for this next engage, 30 seconds till the next Ocean. Let's see where their priority's going to be, because Canyon has had a significantly higher impact early on. Solar Flare dodged away from Flash. Zenith Blade, shield up, Daybreak into the Moonlight Vigil, and a couple of shots from a Flamethrower gets the 3rd kill for Suning. Grand Stormfall comes in, but where's the follow-up? If Suning stay committed, Canyon can come in, and he's tagged Sword Art as his target for the mark.
I think Beryl either wants to keep Huanfeng and Sword Art in lane because the Drake is spawning soon, or he wants to make sure that they can control the wave. And here you can see this wave is going to get pushed underneath the tower, which then makes it easier to set up for this objective. And I think the SOFM is going to look for the cross map. They don't have a wave stacked up in top. In fact, they're all just going to reset, so they're just going to concede this objective in its entirety. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I would have thought that they would try and trade it for a top tower, maybe get a couple plates.
But Vedius, the rulebook of this series has been fight on Drake 3 and 4.
Yeah. That is fine. I'm more talking about the cross map. Yeah. I'm more talking about like why Suning would choose not to. And I think, excuse me, I think the main reason is because Bin actually just got Dream Force. He's saying, you know what? My item is ready, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to fight, just let me base, let me get this objective, and now on the 1v1, I can actually be in a much better position. Good patience there coming out from Canyon. His mark is just going to spawn, so he will be able to grab that, and now he's also helping his bot lane. They're going to look to try and secure the top, because they know Canyon's top side of the map. There's no reason for him to be bot side. There's no camps left. So that one just really good map awareness. and this is going to force Angel to come down as well. The Gangplank ultimate's going to be used to clear out the wave, so no plates will go down in the favor of Damwon. Let's see what SOFM does. He's just using his time to steal camps. I think this is good, because Ornn is just doing everything in his power to stop the wave from getting stacked. But now, with the Trinity Force on Bin, he should look to be a little bit more aggressive in this 1 versus 1, as you can see. And again, they're not going for these plates, so Noguri doing a great job of just keeping them away from this tower, preventing that cross-map play as an option.
Now, we are playing for an Infernal Soul, so the Rift is now opened up, less walls to play around. We saw Canyon, a little graphic pop up there. He's hit 4 marks, so that range is already starting to increase. He's at 3-0, 3 of his team's 4 kills. Huanfeng on this Aphelios, 2-1. The respect that Huanfeng and Sorda have given Damwon has conceded most of this tower's hit points, as well as a very large chunk of CS. But the fact he's got 2 of his team's 3 kills on a champion like Aphelios, it could be a way they can look to play through the mid-game, but it's going to be difficult to enable him because you mentioned already about the range that is sitting on Damwon's side.
Yeah, I am a little concerned about how Suning are going to be able to play out these team fights, but I think what I do like the Suning is doing is that they are prioritizing jungle farm. So I think a lot of people don't appreciate how valuable jungle camps are, especially in the current meta. And while Canyon was just stuck bot helping and threatening the dive, SOFM was taking all the camps. He stole the entire top side, enemy blue. He also did his entire red side. He's now pathing back towards his bot side, and he's actually gotten himself a pretty healthy XP lead and also a CS lead. And that's kind of nullifying some of the gap that exists between the 2 junglers. Now, of course, he's still going to be at a deficit because Kindred has 3 kills.
Yes.
But it actually helps a lot, and while his laners are losing some, he's also being a big benefactor. That does, of course, put more responsibility on him because rather than helping his team, he's focusing more on himself, which means that coming into these team fights, more pressure will fall on SOFM to make up for the deficits that the rest of his team is suffering.
Look how difficult that is for Huanfeng. He's just trying to get in range to farm. Ace in the hole drops his HP. Now he is healing up relatively well for the time being. 9 turret plates were secured by Damwon to the 3 of Suning. And Suning are still in a deficit. If they lose this game, they are done. They're the 3rd LPL team to make it to a final in a row. 3rd different team, 3rd set of players, 3rd play style. Something that you can't underestimate or talk enough about is just how deep the LPL player pool is. As Bin is just going to get chunked out here underneath the tower. Lamb's Respite will buy some time. Beautifully executed, honestly, by both, but Canyon coming out on top.
I think Bin was not expecting that much damage to come out from the 3rd proc from Canyon. That was just so much damage. It lost him his flash. That's going to cost them the top tower as well, and that gold gap that was relatively close is starting to get bigger and bigger. You can see Suning trying to respond by pressuring mid. They're going to force the flash out from Showmaker, which is good, but more towers are going to fall. Rift Herald likely going to be secured by Canyon as well, and the Drake is going to be spawning in about a minute and a half, and I don't think Suning's going to be strong enough to contest.
Doesn't feel that way. Slowly starting to run out of options here for Suning. 2,500 gold down. There is a mark there on the Krug camp. Well, Canyon and Noguri will take the top lane tower. The Rift Herald is the current focus. Beryl now looking to jump onto Sword Art. And for Suning, like I was saying, the surprise run, one of the most impressive runs at a World Championship, facing off against every pre-tournament favorite, now being on the precipice of being eliminated here in Game 4 of the finals. It's not over yet. Right, they can still fight their way back in, but it is an uphill battle, not only because of the disadvantage they find themselves in, but then compositionally, how they need to execute on this draft that they put together will make it more difficult. Getting to 30 seconds for this next Infernal, if they decide to fight.
They're not going to. I can't see a world. Unless, for some reason, Canyon finds himself on the top side of the map. I just don't see a world in which they can really contest this. And I think what's also very impressive is how Noguri has really been handling this matchup. Admittedly, like, oh no, he tried to back on a ward and he gets into oh, this is so painful.
So bad.
Because now the mid tower is going to fall, his back is reset, which means the bot tower is going to also die. This is going to cleanly set up for the Drake. Like, Damwon's just playing like the whole map extremely well right now.
This is the Damwon that everyone expected to see. I said it in the previous game, and then one Baron team fight goes the way of Suning.
So that's the thing. You can't just give up on Suning because they haven't given up once this series.
100%.
They are going to fight this. The Gangplank ultimate is going to be up soon. Huanfeng doesn't even have his Infinity Edge yet, but here we go.
Shockwave, that's gonna whiff. That only tags the Dragon. Solar Flare comes out. Call the Forge God will send Suning packing. Sword Art forced to flash defensively, and while the Moonlight Vigil will get some damage down, Beryl is picked up by Angel. Dragon number 3 goes the way of Damwon, and ends up being a 1-for-0 in terms of death. Sword Art survived, but Damwon get the Drake.
So they kill Beryl, which is nice and all, but it's still the Drake that goes over in Damwon. And I think that that is such a big objective. We've seen how important these Drakes have been, and of course it will force Suning into a that 4th Drake fight. They have no choice. Oh, good read from Damwon. They know exactly what SOFM's trying to do.
Oh, quick
but
draw
he's
over
just
the wall.
able to sneak away. Bin is also going to be here to help cover him. Extremely well done there by both teams, honestly. Like the TP from Noguri, I thought that they'd found a good collapse, but not going to result in a huge amount.
So do you at home believe in a game 5? Do you believe Suning can bring us there? The reason I'm asking, we're 4 minutes away from an Infernal Soul fight. Suning showed a willingness to fight the 3rd one with an item disadvantage, with lanes that were not set up healthily, and they still jumped in there. They have to run through Canyon's 4-0 Kindred. And if that Infernal Soul goes the way of Damwon, well, it's starting to look scarier and scarier. Noguri and Canyon, they're going to look for the fight here. Dash forward dance on Varro's as well. Bin's going to be able to survive just a few seconds longer before I think the Bellows Breath finally took him out. That's
no
another
mark
kill.
gained for Canyon, but it doesn't matter.
Silver linings for Suning.
Haha, he's still only at 4. Yeah, so that's going to be pretty frustrating for Bin. He didn't really have a flash, but the good news is they're not going to get much off the back of it from the perspective of Damwon. They will be able to get a little bit more gold in their back pockets. Maybe the Yorn can use that money to get himself another item, another upgrade, but yeah, you feel like the game is just so handily in control of Damwon. It feels like that there's no way in which they can really lose this game. But I felt that way last game too.
Oh, Solar Flare engages there onto Showmaker. That's going to get the Zenith Blade, stands on top of the Lamb's Respite. Sort of survives a few seconds longer, but Huanfeng and the rest of Suning, they don't get there in time. Ghost comes in from behind, manages to take out Huanfeng. The Grand Starfall jumps onto Angel. Here comes Bin, throws down the barrels. It gets shot and interrupted. I think Canyon got both. SOFM manages to pick up 1 kill onto Showmaker while Angel takes out Beryl. Here comes Noguri, and he takes down the Angel of Death with the help of Ghost. SOFM running through the enemy jungle, the last man standing. Suning down 4,000 gold, and Canyon will hop himself forward, goes godlike, 11 kills to 6. Vedius, it is looking very scary for Suning.
It is looking dire. Damwon have looked dominant throughout this game, and it all started here. They had multiple members on the bot side of the map, but they didn't appreciate the positioning of Canyon. And I think you can see SOFM and Angel, they realize that they've overcommitted at this point and they need to disengage, but Sword Art doesn't really have a choice. And now they go for the re-engage, which is just not what you want to do. You're getting collapsed on from all sides. The positioning of Ghost is great as he's able to execute Huanfeng. Angel, while he's able to get the kill onto Beryl, he's still being kept out of the fight. SOFM takes down Showmaker, but you can see that there's 3 different skirmishes going on, and it's Damwon that come out as the heavy favorites off the back of it.
I want to take just a brief moment to talk about Ghost, as when you look at Noguri, when you look at Canyon, Showmaker, as Noguri's almost going to solo kill. The ace in the hole comes down here from Ghost. Every single member of Damwon gets so much airtime, and one of the things I fell in love with when I was looking at this series was that Ghost struggled in the LCK for so long, and he did not find success until he joined this roster. For anyone who doesn't know, may remember some names. ESC Ever, BBQ Olivers, the best of the best quality. Ghost played on those teams and, frankly, struggled. In LCK Summer, after Damwon picked up the win, he was in tears. And it was in celebration, in acknowledgement of the fact he finally found success. And I think even when you look at this World Championship run, AD carries have not necessarily dominated the storylines because of how the meta and Worlds has played out, but his consistency throughout these games, the value he's brought Damwon, is obviously following up from the superstars of Canyon, Noguri, as well as Showmaker. And look at this, another kill. SOFM is down. My boy Ghost is on a killing spree. It's a 5k gold lead, 20 seconds to Infernal Soul,
And it
Venius.
feels like that will be the final nail in the coffin. Of course, Suning, they've showcased multiple times that they will fight you to the death, but Bin just gonna face check. That's dead. He is just dead. And Suning are falling apart in this fourth game. We hoped and we thought that we would see some of the fight that we've been seeing from them this entire series, but Damwon, they feel like they're in their comfort zone right now. They feel like that they are in control, and they are gonna secure themselves the Infernal Drake Soul. They are so close to securing themselves the World Championship title and bringing glory back to the LCK.
I mean, we heard in the promo for the finals, I think it was Showmaker who was talking about seeing Faker, you know, on stage crying after the defeats, looking at the rise of the LPL in 2018 and 19 and no LCK team being able to return. The 3 LCK representatives at Worlds this year, very different flavors, different styles. Damwon, a new breed, a new look. The region, the league has started evolving, and Damwon might just be the best looking LCK team we have seen in 2 years, and the hope.
I mean, they are. I mean, they are, as I've said, the gold standard for what I think Great League of Legends is in the current meta, and I think that they seem to tick all the boxes. They have carries across the board. They have everyone that kind of does and knows exactly what they're supposed to do, and I think they're demonstrating it extremely well in this fourth game.
Yeah.
Of course, they still need to win it. We've seen Suning fight from the brink of death multiple times, and if they can find another miracle fight, then maybe they can turn it around, but the damage seems so strong. SOFM.
Here comes Beryl. The blast cone gets SOFM alive for a few seconds longer. Bin's waiting for a barrel chain. That's some damage. That's a flash over the wall. Bin's trying to hunt them down. Showmaker gets killed as Canyon forced a flash over the wall. Uses the Dance of Arrows instead. I just started writing them off, but here come Damwon. That's the engage from Nagari. Everybody on Suning is low. The barrel is danced away from by Canyon. A double kill for Beryl. And Angel is running for his life. 4 members of Suning are down. The last ditch effort. Throw everything in the kitchen sink at Damwon, and it does not matter. They hit back harder.
It looked promising at first, but then it all fell apart. Canyon stayed alive. He will help his team secure Baron. That is a 7k gold lead. Damwon only need one more win to secure the title for the LCK, and this could very well have been the play that did it for them. That was the big crit that came through from Ghost. He also has the ultimate to secure the execution onto SOFM. And then we can see here, Bin uses the barrels, gonna catch Showmaker over the wall to get that very quick execute. Very well played from Bin here. But he invested so much and they had nothing left to chase down onto Canyon, and then they realize, oh, we've just funneled ourselves into a choke point, which then makes it easy for Damwon to chase them
I was
down.
looking at it as well. Huanfeng did not have flash. Imagine if he could have flashed over, if there was a little bit more support. It's not the case, so in the end of the day, Suning get caught on the wrong side of the rift, and they just get run down in the jungle by Damwon.
They certainly did. Suning have had a fantastic performance throughout this series, and now they are just being dismantled by Damwon. Another double kill goes into the back pockets of Ghost. They have the Baron buff. They're looking to break into the base.
706 for the best jungler in the world, Canyon on Kindred. 714 for Ghost playing Caitlyn, with Baron buff pushing into the base of Suning. The inhibitor turret is now taken out. The inhibitor will be the focus, and 2 members are dead. 10 seconds for Bin, 5 seconds for Sword Art. You cannot hear a sound in Shanghai as Damwon are making a statement in game number 4. There was a brief discussion I had with some of the production crew about whether or not playing on home soil was cursed. Because outside of Samsung in Korea and Fnatic in Europe, almost every home representative has lost. And look at that engage. 2 more kills. Diving into the base. Angel gets airtime with the knockups. 4 members of Damwon pushing to the mid lane. All 5 group up to take down the inhibitor, and this might be the final push. It's been a 3-year hiatus for the LCK. A drought when it comes to finals appearances. And today, Damwon Gaming will shut down Suning. Damwon will silence Shanghai. And Damwon Gaming are your season 2020 World Champions. Suning gave us so much hope. Game 1 and 2 and the potential comeback in Game 3, but look at the elation on Damwon.
An exquisite performance from Damwon throughout the entire tournament. They were considered one of the favorites, and they have been dominant from start to finish. They've dropped a couple games. It felt like that there were a couple of moments where they could have been exploited, but every single time they overcame and they were able to improve, and very deserving of the World Championship title. What an impressive performance, and commiserations, of course, to Suning. It has to be disappointing. It is always frustrating at the final hurdle to not be able to quite make it, but it was always going to be a challenge against the titans that are Damwon. This could be the beginning of their legacy. The LCK have a history of taking multiple titles once they take one, and Damwon will definitely be the team to beat going into 2021.
Absolutely no doubt about it. Suning faced off against all of the tournament favorites and made them work.
Oh, they did.
Eliminated most and stood toe to toe with Damwon Gaming. Congratulations to them for more on the win. We will be waiting to set up in Shanghai. Summoners Cup. Waiting for the LCK for Damwon Gaming to once again hoist it. Put yourself in the minds and the hearts of the fans in Shanghai. The journey, the run, the magic, the belief. I believed.
Yeah.
I bought into the Suning hype. But Damwon did not. They're not quite ready for us yet, Thaddeus. So we're enjoying some scenic shots.
I mean, it's great that we were able to get a crowd, and also I'm just so grateful that we were even able to have a World Championship this year. It's been a tough year for everyone, and to be able to get this and to be able to watch it and to be able to experience it has been great. And it's just been a really fantastic tournament. I think that we've seen so many fantastic teams. We've seen evolutions in the meta. Even in the final, we saw new picks, we saw adaptations, and like this young team has grown so much over the last 2 years. The amount that Damwon has accomplished. Back in 2018, teams at Worlds were already talking about scrimming this team.
This challenger team that was taking over, that faltered in 2019, that rose to the occasion to take over in 2020. To Nogari, Canyon, Showmaker, Ghost, Beryl, the entire Damwon Gaming organization, and everyone in South Korea and the LCK. Congratulations to the 2020 World Champions. We're going to send it to Shanghai for the trophy ceremony presented by Mercedes-Benz.
All the audience could cheer for the 10th League of Legends World Championship, the champion, Damwon Gaming.
And
now we'll present the medals to 2020 League of Legends World Champions. I would like to welcome Nico Lauren, CEO of Riot Games, Leo Lin, Head of Riot China, and John Needham, Riot Games Global Head of Esports. Now let's welcome 3 guests to present the medals for our champions. Thank you. And everyone here in Shanghai and watching from all around the world, please give a round of applause and cheer for our 2020 League of Legends World Champion, Damwon Gaming. And Damwon Gaming, please lift the trophy.
George, arrived at the location.
Right. Be careful. Let me know as soon as you find anything.
And now, let's welcome Showmaker and Nogri for our interview.
너구리 선수 인터뷰하겠습니다. 쇼메이커 너구리 선수요.
After 3 years, LCK lifted this trophy again. So I want to ask for Nogri, what does it mean to you?
LCK 다시 우승시켜줬는데 이 우승이 어떤 본인한테 어떤 의미 있는지 정말.
Well, it's really. Well.
저희가 이렇게 LCK에 이제 다시.
So we. Kind of proved ourselves that LCK is a strong league, and I'm happy that we are the starters that prove the world that we can kind of restore the glory of the LCK.
And from last year's World Journey until now, you become this year's World Champion. So through this whole year, what efforts have you put to define the previous reputation of LCK?
DWG도 노력해 왔는데 지금까지 와서 어떤 노력했는지 그래서 다시 우승할 수 있는지 쇼메이커 선수한테 질문인데요.
Well, last year we got eliminated after the quarterfinals, so I could kind of feel how incapable of myself. So I practiced really hard to be helpful for my teammates, and I'm happy that it worked out really well, and we were able to lift up this trophy.
It's possible the ghost is in the basement. I'll use the spirit box to get a confirmation.
那其实在今天呢，面对上苏宁这样的一个不走寻常路的战队
And also, your opponent team Suning is well known due to the unexpected drops and plays. So how do you feel about playing against them and playing against Bin?
평소에 플레이가 되게 예상치 못한 플레이 많이 하는데 이런 상대로 이겨서 지금 어떤지 계속 침착하게 할 수 있는 이유가 뭔지요?
Starting from the draft and also their in-game play, it was really hard to kind of predict what they're going to pull off. So we kind of gave up to kind of predict what they're going to do. So we focused on what we have to do. So while we were playing the game, it was really definitely difficult, you know, pushing the side lanes and everything. And also, we also kept discussing our draft and pick and bans.
从 BP 到这个游戏内的对决，甚至到边线的一些处理来说，他们都太让人琢磨不透了。其实他们更多的专注于自己的游戏内，对于 DWG 来说，他们更多的做好自己就好了。确实，在整场比赛对于他们来说非常的困难。
And also throughout this Battle 5, Suning is good at engaging all the team fights. So how did you guys manage to maintain the calm to play?
수닝 팀도 한타가 되게 엄청 잘했는데 어떤 상황에서 되게 침착하게 상대를 응답할 수 있는 그 이유가 뭔지 쇼메이커 선수한테 질문인데요.
Suning was really good at looking at the opening for team fights, and their team fight execution was on point. But I also believe that our team has a really strong ability for team fights, so we try to stay focused and answer to their fights.
但是他觉得 DWG 的优势也正在于此，所以说只要冷静沉着的去应对的话，他们就可以处理一切。
And my last question. There's so many fans supporting you, and also there's so many people watching you guys. So do you have any words to those who keep supporting you?
두 분 선수한테 질문인데요. 팬분한테 한마디 들으면 어떤 얘기 드릴까요?
저희가 이렇게 여기까지 올 거라고.
Well, I also didn't imagine myself standing up here, and also I'm pretty sure our fans couldn't really predict that it's gonna happen again, but I'm glad that we were able to bring this glory back to the LCK fans, and we will keep working hard.
对于选手来说的话，走到这一步，不仅是自己的粉丝不相信，其实对于自己来说，自己的队伍来说，他都觉得很不可思议。所以说，他现在可以很骄傲地站在这个舞台上，告诉大家我们做到了，以后他也会同样努力的。
저기가 이제 여기까지 오기까지
Up until here,
일단 팬분들이 많이 응원해 주신 덕이 엄청 큰 것
well,
같아서
I want to say thank you to all the fans who have been supporting us. I always appreciate all the love and support,
중국 팬분들이
and also same for the Chinese fans and also Korean fans. I just want to say thank you to all the fans out there.
对于 Showmaker 选手来说呢，他能走到这一步，粉丝的这个加油和支持是非常重要的。那不管是对于 LPL 的粉丝来说，还是对于 LCK 的粉丝来说，他都是抱以非常感谢的心情，非常感谢他们。
好的，那么接下来呢，我们即将要公
And
布的
now
就是
it's time to award the 2020 World's Final OPPO MVP player. And this year's was voted on by a panel of shotcasters, analysts, and journalists representing every competitive regions from around the world. And please join me in congratulating the 2020 World Championship Final OPPO MVP, Kenyon.
同样的，也感谢我们的颁奖嘉宾 Nico。
And thank you, Nico, for presenting the trophy.
好的，现在也想问一问我们的 Kenyon 选手。
Now I have a couple questions for Kenyon. So how do you feel about getting this FMVP? Have you ever thought about you can get this?
느낌이 어떤지 예상은 했는지요? 얘기 좀 한마디 하면요.
일단 제 롤드컵 도중에
Well,
인터뷰할 때
there was this interview during Worlds, and I said, I want to win Worlds and become the MVP. I can't believe this actually happened, and I'm just super happy.
之前在此前的比赛中受到采访的时候，他说他的目标就是获得全球总决赛的获胜，并且拿下本场的 MVP。那现在达到了，感觉有点不太真实，非常开心。
那 Kenyon 选手觉得能够在这样的一个比赛
And in your perspective, in this best of 5, what makes you perform so well in the final? Is it because of the help from the teammates or because of meta?
뭐 때문에 잘했는지요? 메타 문제인지 아니면 팀 선수들 다 너무 잘해서 그랬는지요?
일단 저희 팀이 일단
First off, starting from our coaching staff down to the players, I think we have worked hard, harder than any other teams. And thanks to that, I think we were able to accomplish this much result.
还是他的这个选手们。 都付出了非常多的努力，而且他觉得他比所有的队伍都努力，所以说今天能拿到好的结果，也是他们觉得很开心的一件事情。
那其实Daewon Gaming 在比赛的一开始就有非常多的人看好你们。
And there's so many people favorite Daewon Gaming from the beginning. So through this whole journey of World Championship, at which moment you feel you can just grab the final win?
언제부터 우리가 우승할 수 있다라는 생각이 드는 거예요?
After we took down G2, I had this feeling.
G2 以后，他们就觉得其实今年全球总决赛对于他们自己来说是非常有机会夺冠的一年。
那如果说要选一个英雄来选择你的冠军皮肤，现在有没
So
有想好
have you
会是
thought
哪个
about
英
your
雄？
champion skin?
우승 스킨
Which champion would you like to choose?
I want Graves or Nidalee, but Nidalee got banned out every time, so it's a bit of a bummer, but yeah. I really want to get either Graves or Nidalee, but it's going to take time for me to decide.
所以说他会在这个，他觉得会在两个英雄之间考虑非常非常久。
那最后一个
So
问
my
题，
last
其实现在
question.
拿到了 FMVP， 同样的也拿到了
Getting
全
this
球总决赛的
FMVP
冠
and
军，
also
有没有什么想对
became
这
the
些一直
world's
以来肯定你
champion?
们、支持你们
So
的
do you
人
have
说的话
anything
呢
you want to say to those who always support you?
이렇게 한마디 들으면 어떻게 드릴까요? 네? 팬분한테 팬분한테 드린 말이 있으면 어떤 말인가요?
진짜 올해 우리
Well,
팀 진짜 세상에서
I
제일
think
열심히 해서
Damwon Gaming worked
보상받아서 기쁘고
the hardest throughout this year. I'm happy that we were able to get this kind of reward. And I want to say thank you to all the Damwon Gaming fans who have been supporting us.
他们非常努力，而且没有人比他们更努力的情况下，还有这么多人在支持他们，他非常感谢这些粉丝。
好的，让我们最后再一次恭喜
once
我们的
more,
2020英雄联盟全球总决
let's
赛。
give our congratulations to our final Oppo FMVP and our 2020 League of Legends World Champions, Damwon Gaming.
Congratulations to Damwon Gaming and the LCK for being crowned the 2020 World Champions after a decade of League of Legends. Canyon, I do have one personal message that I hope finds its way to you. Please let Showmaker sleep. In my research and prep for this, I found out that when Canyon is stressed, he annoys everyone else, specifically Showmaker, by sitting